Good morning, everyone. Don't be shy. Hmm. Sound cut out, really. Oh no. Yeah, Nikki Hale. No, no. How about now, guys? We okay? Are we okay? Okay, good. Phew. Just give me one moment, please. I've got something going on with my headset. Just give me one moment. There we go. All right, guys. So what is happening this morning? So we got a couple of rockets so far. EXAI, and some news, AI news. AI collaboration deal, something to do with Germany, with Merck. Okay, so that is a big pop for EXAI. Coming into the 200 day moving average, 636, and the VWAP 642. So coming right into that area, and that is EXAI. Well, remember Spry yesterday, at least I remember Spry yesterday on the way down. Had a big down day yesterday. Look at this. So this is you don't have any advance notice. Oh, look at this one. I mean, this one, this was a big drop. Look at that big red daily candle on on Spry, not Spy, but Spry yesterday. And now FDA is asking for a complete response letter, which is no good. So SPRY now an all-time low, an all-time low. This BJDX, I couldn't see any news on it. Only news is super low float, another crazy low float underneath a million shares. I did go back in time and saw they did a reverse split in July, 1 for 20, a 1 for 20 reverse split back in July. Anyway, BJDX, I don't see any news on it. There's got to be something, obviously, but I just can't see any of my headlines. We're going to reclaim five now. Pre-market high was five. What was it? 515. Moving higher. Okay, pins. Sorry, guys. Just one minor distraction here. Pins, PINS. So continuing its move from yesterday. Continuing now, coming to me, it looks like it's coming into a lot of resistance for PINS. We're at 27.42 right now. The high of that candle is 27.72, and so between here and 28, you would think there is a fair amount of resistance. Look at BJDX now, guys. And yeah, Todd, I saw your comment. I mean, it's really hard. I mean, these low floaters. I mean, they can drop just like that too. So I wouldn't beat yourself up about you know trying to hold on to these things to the bitter end. FRTX. Now this one was just under a dollar. FRTX was just under a dollar when I saw it. Yeah, so it is. Yeah, see, I don't even think it got to 98. Yeah, 98.5 cents. That was the high. It's up 52%, trading higher after the company announced its board of directors has approved a plan of liquidation and dissolution. Oh, okay. So that's not good, but I mean, the stock has popped on it. BSX, just as I was opening the room, BSX BSX, Boston Scientific had a pop. I think Needham. Is it Needham? Needham, yeah. Needham reiterates a buy in Boston Scientific, maintaining a $61 price target. That is BSX. So stock sitting, that's a big gap. Look at that, taking all this out. 4%, big float, 1.4 billion in the float. So we'll see how much more this can go based on that price target. See if anybody else has put on. Okay, we've got some other ones. $60 price target by Evercore. So we've got a couple of analysts putting some price targets on higher price targets on BSX, 60 and 61. So this is, I guess it's just one of those ones, William. Scouring for, it's almost like I should actually, I know I said this before, just have a little top list just with floats under a million. Floats under a million shares and see what happens. And again, just as it was opening the room, UXIN was moving. UXIN was starting to move. Or China stock, not a low float, 44 million in the float, not a low float. I looked at this when I first saw it. I looked at this daily chart and I just sort of say, yuck. But I guess you just never know. UXIN, I don't know if there's any. Yeah, there is a. So, okay, announces $1.5 billion investment. These are RMBs. I guess that's their currency. Well, for fun, bjdx, where could it go before it hits the next high? You see, it's been moving up and up and up and up and up. So the next high is 528. Well, it's there right now. So the next high is 562. So we're in for a big market surge this morning. Yeah, a nice little market surge. Now, I also have to mention avgr. So was it dip buyer? Was it you? I think it might have been you, dip buyer, saying, hey, maybe watch this one and see if it does the after hours action that it had the day before. Did it ever? Look at that after, well, right, this is at 345, had the little move, but look at this after hours action. Now it's giving it up, but got all the way up to 1522. And what, well, look at that, another super low floater. We knew that. Another very low float. Look at the volume yesterday and the day before, basically the same, around 42 million. Yeah, 41.8, 42.4. So lots and lots of volume on this one the last 2 days, or AVGR. So we've got a big IPO today, another big one. But I don't know, guys. I mean, with yesterday's cart did not. Cart was very disappointing, I think, for many. Yeah, it opened a lot higher than the IPO price, but it just basically sank all day. So, and it doesn't look like it's really recovering much today. So anyway, this KVOIO, it'll have a similar market cap as Cart did. We'll see what happens once it opens. Oh man, this is just ripping here. bjdx just ripping. Our guys going to check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. Be okay in YouTube. I'm just getting a kind of a weird display. I want to make sure you guys can hear me in YouTube and can see my screen. All right, let's take a look at some of these upgrades and downgrades this morning. Okay, thank you, Raz. So Goldman has upgraded. Well, it's got to be watched. I mean, that's $10 from this current price. We're not saying it's going to get to 18 anytime, but it really hasn't moved that much. Not very much volume yet. It's a Brazilian airliner. Definitely have to watch that one. If we start getting some volume coming in. I'm just kind of looking at some of the other upgrades, see if there's anything like that one. That is it. The times when I'm looking at my upgrades and downgrades and they have a price target, it's already there. So it really doesn't make any difference. Now here's one. Now the pins has been upgraded by Davidson. Pins has been upgraded by Davidson. Just a minute, guys. I was typing in these upgrades and downgrades and I didn't have my caps lock on. So just give me a moment. Meanwhile, bjdx, what are you at now? 564. Let's take a look at pins, guys. Pins is another. So Davidson has put an upgrade on them. Original price target was 25, now 35. Now I've said though, I think that 28 today anyway could prove a real stumbling block to get through. Just looking at that daily chart. Look at the weekly chart. All this action right around 28. Of course, guys, today is FOMC day. We got it the 2 o'clock action, and then the press are at 2:30. So if you're in anything big that really follows the market, I probably wouldn't be in anything, before 2 o'clock or at 2 o'clock. You can trade during the day, but because you never know what they're going to say. Everybody, of course, is expecting no interest rate hike. Hey, there's the Azul guys. Now it's not very much volume though, but this is Goldman with this big upgrade for Azul AZUL. Some of these downgrades, I'm not seeing anything too exciting on the downgrade side. So there is an earnings play. Okay, yeah, trade swings. That is, isn't that Steelcase? It's a CS. Yeah, Steelcase. So, all right. The reason it's not showing up for me is because the volume is a little light. You know what? Look at this gap, guys. So this could be a really interesting one. I mean, the volume has to pick up, of course. They released they released earnings after hours yesterday. Very choppy reaction. But what's impressive about this one could be, look at this gap. Look at this potential gap fill here. So the high this weekly high of about 3 weeks ago was 927. So we're above that. Then the next high looking left is 955. After that, we've got 1163. So this could really, like the two that I dismissed yesterday, I'm not going to dismiss this one. So especially if it gets up to 955. And that is for the steel case, SCS. How much is this up? 6%. This should be showing up. There it is. Okay. There it is. So when I was, yeah, so the reason it wasn't showing up before, it must not have been up enough. But now there it is, minus 0.25. That's what I was looking for a little bit earlier. Anything that is minus 0.25 or 0.25 in my earnings date column, that is an earnings play today. And on the downside, I don't see anything. So that is the only one that is making it through right now. I'm not saying that's the only earnings play we have, but it's the only one that I can see that meets all the filter requirements so far in the pre-market. Now, speaking of that pre-market, let's take a look at our sectors. So I'm going to click on new from our toolbar, click on dock channel bar, scroll down to show more, and then sector status. All right, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So always start off with energy. XLE, that's a major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 91% in red, what does that mean? That means that 91% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. Okay. So energy, every other sector is up. When I say up, at least over 50%. Okay. And some of them are, almost close to 100%. So energy is weak. Energy is weak so far. Now, because we had this down day yesterday, I want to check on some of the, I'm going to check on Puro Retail, XRT. Moving further and further away from that 200-day moving average, guys. And every report I keep reading about, and that doesn't mean, that they're going to be right on, but looking for kind of a bleak holiday season in terms of sales. Well, I don't know if this is going to get any better. Consumer staples, XLP, another one. So we've got the one underneath the 200-day moving average. And then this is going to be also consumer staples, another one that is moving away. So that is two. Healthcare was one that I think that was sitting right on top. Sorry, it is broken down. So that's three major sectors, guys. We've got retail, consumer staples, and healthcare now below the 200-day moving average. Take a look at industrials. Industrials will be above, but let's see. Yeah, but you can see it's been fading, but here is the 200-day. But you can see this. I mean, it is dropping into it. Financials, I mean, it's over, but not by much. Consumer discretionary, XLF, I'm sorry, XLY, still above, quite a bit above. And materials is I think materials is the one that broke down. Yeah, look at that. So materials is sitting right on that 200-day, 2 days. So technically, we have the three that are below: XRT, retail; XLP, consumer staples; and XLV, healthcare. Everything else is still above the 200-day, but XLB hanging on by. Jose, do you have trade ideas? I think you do, right? Jose, can you hear me? Are you a trader? You are a trader ID subscriber, right? I can just give you the scans and you can take a look yourself. This Azul, guys, is really maybe Jose can't hear me. Okay, well, all I have to do is go to my home page and go to the scan section. Okay, so click on my homepage link, go to the scan section, scroll down. Here are my scans, and here you go. Pre-market actives up and down. You can load it, and then once you do, you just have to right click. Just have to right click on it, configure, and you'll see what I'm using. In the actives up and down, I don't have very many filters. Well, this upgrade by Goldman is really putting a charge into Azul. Now, Azul, another one. We have I don't know, our provider has a difficult time figuring out what the float is for some of these foreign stocks. We just don't seem to have the information. So, with that in mind, I will go and check this website that I use. Just check what floats are. I thought it was, yeah, it's a big float, 7.7 billion. Actually, I don't know what the float is, but it's going to be big. Yeah, they're not listing the float. They don't list the large market cap float. Whatever it is, it's going to be probably in the billions, okay, for AZUL. 7.7, thanks. All right, guys. So pins is on the move now. Again, I have this feeling that 28 could block it. I may be completely wrong, but excuse me, we're getting closer and closer. I'm just looking at this daily chart. You know what's having a bit of a pop, guys, is ARM. ARM, big IPO from a couple of days ago, 3 days ago now, 4 days ago now. But I'm watching cart. I do not see a prop. I do not see a pop in part. A pop in cart. And in fact, it is now not shortable at Interactive Brokers. There weren't that many yesterday, less than 100,000. But right now, there are no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. For look at a Sewell, man. I'm not in it. Okay, if the volume had been a lot more, I probably would have taken just a little bit just to see. But the volume was only about 20,000, I think, when I first started mentioning this. The only reason I saw it is just because I saw the upgrade by Goldman to 18 for a Sewell. Could be the float for a Sewell, 7.7 billion, or certainly the shares outstanding, or it's going to be in the billions, okay, for the float, whatever it is. BHC trying to come back now, guys. I thought this one was wow. What a big comeback. BHC. So I had a hammering down yesterday. Yeah, there were no shorts for me anyway at Interactive Brokers for bjdx. No shorts available. Really, only 100. Well, only. Well, it's interesting because when I went to see Float Checker, which is what I use, but they don't. When it's a big float, they don't have it. But what they will have. Oops. Actually, it's not Float Checker. It's dilution tracker. So unless there's a lot of stuff tied up. Okay, guys, SCS, earnings play. You know, it's a little tough to take it right now with that spread, 946, 975. Actually, I'm sorry, that was market cap of 7.7 billion. So you're probably right. It's probably, well, it's still going to, it's a fairly high float, 110 million. At any rate, it's moving. So 955 is that high looking left on the weekly. I mean, the next high is 1163. I wish that spread was a little tighter. All right, guys. Yeah, less than a minute for this market to open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. Typically, don't trade in the first 15. I may make an exception for SCS, depending how it trades. It's up to you, of course. Yeah. So the spread bid ask, the spread is 20 cents right now, or 19 cents. 19. Oof, it's getting. Well, this is just running now, guys. SCS is just running here. SCS is just running over 10 now. So, wow, what a move on that, Goldman upgrade. Guys, so very interested, obviously, in this SCS. I think we get about a bid of 10.10. Let's get a bid of like 10.10, 10.15 on the ask. Meanwhile, bjdx continues to move higher. As this market opened. Bitcoin is sort of a little bit weak to start, I guess. We've got some halts already. Whoa, look at the market. Jeez. We were in for a nice positive open, and then the 9.15 candle, and now this one. So we immediately start with a couple of halts, and the usual suspects, CCG and DTOC. Halted on this one, halted on the way down. DTOC halted on the way up. Boy, oh boy, I just shoulda, shoulda, shoulda. Look at that Azul. I mean, when we saw this, it was at 840, I want to say 840. Now it's at 930. Well, that is a tremendous reaction to the Goldman upgrade for AZUL. Okay, guys, I'm just keeping it. Well, I don't know. Sorry, I know. SCC. I'm just noticing that it's now over 10. Briefly, sorry, SCC, SCS, SCS. Sorry about that. Steelcase, SCS. Ten oh four right now, bid ask on the SCS. Here it goes, guys. There it goes, guys. SCS. Okay, guys, watching this to see how well it holds over 10, 10, 10 for SCS. Picturesque, guys, PINS, challenging that 28 level now. Challenging 28. That's the area I think that could stall. Okay, So it looks like the bjdx has had a pretty big pullback. Look at the Spry guys, SPRY, just getting kicked here. You know, it's funny. There are a lot of shares available also. Yes. Oh, yes. What did I say yesterday? I was bound and determined not to discount any earnings play today. And somebody pointed it out, and then it showed up on my top list. And I don't know how many other earnings plays there are. There will be other ones, but so William, what's the deal with Spry? Anything else in their pipeline? I just don't. They had a bad response letter from the FDA, critical CRL, critical response letter. Is that what it's called? So it was not good. Obviously, all-time low now for SPRY. No, there's the well, okay, I may be completely wrong, guys. PINRS, PINS. There it is, right at 20, a little over 28. I mean, the next time the daily is 28.13, 28.05, 28.47. I kind of thought maybe that 28 level would stall it, but right now, I mean, it's possible it will still stall it, but well, maybe it has stalled at 27.77 now. All right, Cat C. I've seen this. I keep seeing this one. Cat C, CATC, CATC. Cambridge Bancorp. Oh boy, what a nice winner so far, guys. So far. Okay, guys, I've taken some off of the SEC. I keep saying that, sorry. SCS, in case it cannot get through 1050, though it looks like it's going to. It's got the big gap, guys. Big gap. Okay, so a question in our YouTube room. I'm going to probably butcher your name, but Avuzut. Okay, I'm going to try anyway. How about if I call you Vibes? So what I do is I don't have a layout, but I have individual scans that I'm sharing that you can pick and choose from. Okay, including the ones that you do see. Okay. Now, when you say layouts to start you with, I mean, it all depends on, I don't know what sort of a trader you are in terms of what you like, because what I like to see stocks near the highs and lows of the day. That may not be what you want to see. Okay. So just bear that in mind. But you can take a look at the scans that I'm sharing. I'm just going to put my link in, my homepage link. Okay. So when you click on that link, I'll put it in here also. Okay, you'll be at the top. Just scroll down until that middle section. My scans are here. So these are the ones that you actually see, the abnormal option activity. Okay, abnormal option activity. That's where you see the SCS. The MOMO, that's where you see the SCS also. Okay. So these are the two that you can see. I have other ones that I'm sharing. No, I'm not using them all. I just have, but in case, well, I use this one in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. Okay. But the two that you see are predominantly the ones that I use. Okay. I share other ones in case, you want to take a look at them. That's all. Okay. And then these charts, I mean, that's up to you, what time frame you want. And I wouldn't worry too much about this window here. I'll discuss this a little bit later. It's basically a simulator, so you can practice trading. Okay, so the way again, I don't like to share an entire layout because some people don't want everything. So I like to do it this way. You can kind of pick and choose what you like. And when you load one of my scans, I'm assuming you know how to do that. All right. So if you, and this goes, for everybody, if you want to see what my scan is looking for, any one of my scans or any of the scans we have in our toolbar, just have to right click, right click, configure, and click on summary. Okay, that'll tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. So for instance, in this beautiful SCS, where SCS is showing up and the abnormal option activity plus in the momentum, and in now this is a scan I have on my I'll drag it in the 10-day daily breakout. You can see SCS is everywhere. So in this particular scan, so that's how you find out what a scan is looking for. You just right click on it, configure, and then click on summary. And so in the scan, prices between 1 and 100, current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. Minimum of 100,000 shares. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal. So if all, and I know I'm racing through this, guys, but if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay. Now, you take this scan, and if you like it exactly the way I've constructed it, great. But you may want to have a different price range. Maybe you want a different, volume. Of course, you can adjust it. And here's that avgr, guys. That avgr is still alive and kicking. Another super low float, 647,000 in the float. Just give me one moment here. Oh man, guys, I'm just trying to find who was it that first mentioned CS. Trying to find you. Yeah, no problem. And you can ask me questions all day long. If I'm in a trade that requires intense concentration, I'll let you know. This goes out to anybody, but you can ask me questions all day long. What the heck was it that first brought up the SCS? I'm just trying to find who mentioned SCS first in the room. Why can't I see that? Trade swings. I think it was you. Yes, I think it was you. So yeah, kudos to Trade Swings for first bringing to our attention SCS. Okay. And I had looked for earnings plays earlier, but I didn't see any because the volume, maybe it wasn't up enough or something. And then when I looked at my top list, again, there it was there, or it was there. What I should do also is just bring that top list up again and see if there are any other earnings plays now. This is what I use in the pre-market, okay? So if I sort on the earnings date column, so there's the SCS, okay? Let me just do the change from the close. So there's the SCS minus 0.25. Okay, so just so you guys know, if you're new to trade ideas, minus 0.25 means in the earning as a how we designate it means they released earnings after hours yesterday. So I mean, really, SCS had no reaction. There's that mauve area. So they released earnings after hours yesterday, and this is what I saw in the pre-market. I didn't really see any action. And then on the way on earnings down, let's see if there are any earnings plays on the way down. Nothing that I can see. Again, so minus 0.25 means they released earnings before the market opened. I'm sorry, after hours yesterday. If I saw 0.25, that would mean they released before the market opens today. And those are what I consider earnings plays. Did see some new no Spry. I'm sorry, William. I know you gave us your back of the cocktail napkin analysis of SPRY. Well, so much for the big news about the EXAI. I mean, that actually looked pretty interesting this morning. And a nice pop up. I think, it's gone negative. It looks like it's going to go negative. It was very choppy in the pre-market, though. That's the first thing that I noticed. So it has some news. It's an AI play, of course, something to do with Merck and Germany, et cetera, et cetera. But what I noticed was it was very, very choppy. Okay, guys, RVNC is having a reversal day. Okay, big down day yesterday. I know the candle looks green, but it was a big down day yesterday. That's yesterday's daily candle. It's now above yesterday's high, RVNC. That is a scan that I'm sharing. This is a daily reversal scan. Okay, don't get too many alerts. And this is the other one that I use. That's on my other monitor. Don't get too many alerts. The 10-day daily breakout. There's the SCS. So SCS was showing up everywhere. Now, just a word again, if people are new, what this abnormal option activity scanner, what it's looking for. First thing is, I don't trade options. It doesn't mean you can't use it to trade options, but I don't trade options. What I'm trying to do always, because I'm way more of an intraday trader, always looking for stocks having abnormal activity. Okay. Don't want to get into something that's not trading, obviously. So I want to find stocks that are having abnormal volume activity. So we have got a great filter called the relative volume filter, which will certainly lead us in the right direction. So 3.3 here for the RVNC, that means it's trading 3.3 times normal up to this time of day, 9:51 Eastern time. Okay, so that's pretty significant. But coupled with abnormal option activity. So let's take a look at SCS. Let's see why it is exploding the way it is. Well, I mean, it doesn't trade a huge number of contracts. It's got 1,800 so far. All right. That's combination puts and calls, but that's 800% of normal, 8 times normal. Okay. So it allows me to find stocks by looking at how they're trading option wise plus relative volume wise. Combination then shows me stocks that are trading abnormally. Well, TJ, I'm just telling you right now. I mean, high relative volume, high option activity usually is going to mean that it's having an abnormal option, or excuse me, abnormal volume day. I mean, you can just see. I mean, look at steelcase. I mean, 83 times normal volume and 8 times normal option activity. Well, this is an equity. SES, it's not an ETF. This is steelcase. You might have thought this was one of those ETFs. No, this is steelcase, SES. Office, especially with chairs, supplier of chairs. That's how I think of them. But I'm sure they've got desks. And look at, you know what, man. Well, I just had too much on the go. But look at pins, guys. My premise was somewhat correct, thinking it could stall right around that 28 level. So now it's fallen off that. You know, we talk about earnings season all the time. Well, I do anyway. We talk about earnings season all the time, and we're certainly not in it. But the interesting thing, though, just looking when so we're less than a month away before earnings season starts again. But what happens is, I mean, this is the only earnings play that I see. So what can happen, of course, is that there will be some weeks in which there'll be 800 to 1,000 companies releasing in that week, which obviously it's hard to concentrate on one earnings play. Whereas today and yesterday we had a couple of earnings plays. We've got this one, so there are going to be more eyeballs looking at like fewer earnings plays, for those who want to trade earnings. Now, I don't trade earnings in that I don't try to anticipate what the release is going to look like. In other words, I'm not going to take a trade before they release, but I always wait for the the release to come out, and then I try to trade what I see afterwards. In other words, I'm not going to anticipate, oh, SES is going to have a great earnings release, so I am going to get into this one at the end of the day, yesterday, because I know it's going to do this. Of course not. So again, the bottom line is fewer earnings plays, more eyeballs on very few plays. Now, having said that, I do love earnings season. I saw GIS on something. Is that an earnings play today? That's a big one. You're right. This is an earnings play also. GIS is an earnings play. I'm not sure why I didn't see it in the pre-market. There must have been some filter blocking it. Now I could use our filter to find out all the earnings plays today, but really all I'm looking for are the ones that are trading abnormally, with abnormal. But this one is really not yet. Okay. I mean, relative volume wise, but it's only down 1%. Okay, guys, I don't have very much of this, excuse me, of the steel case left. It's struggling a little bit to get through that 11 level. Okay, I mean, it still has room. The next high looking left is 1161. So, I mean, it's getting closer to, I'm sorry, maybe a little higher. Yeah, 1163. That's the next high looking left on the weekly chart for SCS. So, I mean, it has a shot to get to that level, I suppose, but no, I've already traded it. I guess yeah, Christine, if you'd been here on time, you would have heard us talking about SCS in the pre-market. And I said, this is one that I might take. Normally I wait 15 minutes, but I was talking about I wanted to see a 10-15 bid. Hmm. Hopefully just for a checkup. All right, guys. Okay. I am watching, so this Revenants. No, it's not Revenants. So look at that. So it came right back down. RVNS, RVNC. All it takes is one good trade, though. All right, Murph, MURF. This was one wild one yesterday. Got up to $25. Low float. One of these SPACs. So we had a couple of good ones this morning that we identified in the pre-market. I only took the one. Probably should have taken the Azul, but this is on that Goldman upgrade. So again, if you're new to this room, I start talking at 9 o'clock. Okay, half an hour before the call it the market hours. I mean, it's a blur now, guys, between pre-market and so-called market hours. But anyway, I start talking at 9 o'clock. So it sort of tries to get us prepared for what might happen once the market opens. And so we certainly talked about Azul and Steelcase, SCS. Azul had a price target put on them by Goldman Sachs of $18. And we're not saying it's going to get there anytime, but that certainly caused the pop. All right, things have settled down now. I'm not getting too many new alerts. And remember, today, 2 o'clock, FOMC, 2:30, the presser. So again, if you're in anything, I mean, if you like trading, I don't know, Amazon and Meta and all the big guys, just be aware. I would not be in them at 2 o'clock. Unless it's a swing of some sort and you're fine with it. But if you're intraday trading them, I would not be in them at 2 o'clock. Nobody expects them to raise rates, but you just never know. And then you never know what they're going to say. We're not going to raise rates this month, but maybe next month. You just never know. So I really think the SPY is, I doubt we're going to see big moves. The SPY probably is going to settle down for a while now. ATRA. Now, these little guys, they won't be affected by anything happening. Wow, another new high. Don't have very much left, but one never knows. Give me a moment. Man, I say this every day. If I'm in a trade that requires, absolute attention, I'll let you know. But typically, that's not the case. I mean, all trades require attention to some extent, obviously, but some require more than others. So don't be shy. Ask questions. All right, guys. I'm just kind of wow. Pinterest. I mean, I guess I've had been so wrapped up in the other one. This was another beauty, really. Kind of caught. Well, I was thinking that 28 would stall it just based on what I was seeing on the daily chart, and it certainly stalled it for a while anyway. And I see that it's an AI alert, but on the other way. Can't hear me. Okay, guys. Let me make sure that you guys can hear me. Do another sound check. Everything's okay. So I have to tell PG. Okay, so everything's fine. Okay, thank you. Now, PG, did you just catch me in like a 10-second break? So you can't hear me, so I'm gonna have to just type this in, do a refresh. So Atra, I'm trying to see what sort of news this might have. Announces this was on the 19th, sorry. Well, that was yesterday. Let's see, was that after hours? Actually, that was after hours. So submitting a new FDA biologics license application, etc., in the second quarter. So they had some news after hours yesterday, and caused a little bit of excitement after hours. That's that mole variant you see in my chart. And this is not a low float, 95 million in the float. So it's not certainly not a low float situation. This is actually shortable for me also. Two might be really tough for it to get through. 198 is the next high looking left. After that, 209. So two could be really tough for it to get through. So I'm going to keep an eye on this one as a potential short, 1.56 million shares available at Interactive Brokers to short for ATR. Again, this is not a recommendation for you to do the same thing, but mm, good for you. You're talking about this TSLL. If you want to go long, okay. Obviously, I mean it's a lot cheaper, but it is exactly like trading Tesla, except you'll get 1.5 times the value. But obviously on the way down, it's 1.5 times worse. But that makes sense. Okay, so that's if you want to go long Tesla, and if you wanted to short Tesla, TSLS. So if you wanted to short Tesla, you could buy this. You could buy TSLS. Okay, nuts. Okay. Okay, Frank, you hear me and understand? No, if you want to short it, then you would buy TSLS. You could buy TLSS, sorry, excuse me, TSLS. If you wanted to short Tesla, you could buy this. Okay. If you want to go long Tesla, it was the TSL. Makes sense. Okay. TSL short, TSLL, the last L is long. Okay. What we're talking about here, everybody, is that there's some ETFs designed specifically for some of these large cap, well-known stocks. Tesla is one of them. So if you wanted to buy Tesla instead of buying TSLA, whatever it is now, you could buy TSLL. It's very flat. It's very liquid, 1.8 million. So that's not an issue. Now it is 1.5 times. You have to understand how these work. 1.5 times. So you'll get. So if this is this is up 0.99%. My guess is that Tesla is probably up like 0.6%. Take a look. Yeah. So there you go. So you see. So TSLL is up almost 1%. 1.5 times that. Okay. So just have to understand that. So instead of buying Tesla at $268, you could buy TSLL at 17. Okay. But if you thought that Tesla was, I don't know, you wanted to short Tesla, then you could buy TSLS. The S stands for short. Okay. Yeah, and there are other ones. I guess John M in our YouTube room is talking about Amazon. Amazon will have an ETF for them. We know that we the first. the one we really saw that really caught my attention was NVIDIA. NVIDIA has, ones are designed to go long or short. Okay, wow, the DTOC did a lot of. Is it still moving higher? Yeah, still a blank check company. Okay. Okay, guys. Let's see what time is it? Wow, fast morning so far. 45 minutes in. All right, let's take a look at other things that are happening. INZY, INZY. Okay, same thing. Look left. What do you see? I see a lot of resistance. Boy, a lot of shares available too. 3.3 million at Interactive Brokers. I'm so surprised. Don't know this company at all. I don't think I've ever seen this one. Uh, I sort of recognize the name though, but I don't think I've ever seen this one before. But look at all the resistance when you look left, right around that 5 level. Now, the only thing, John, I'm noticing here, is there not another ETF for? Doesn't look like there could be for Amazon. The reason I say that it obviously doesn't trade very much. 42,000 shares. I mean, it's so not very liquid. AMZU. So, John in our YouTube room was talking about this is an ETF for Amazon. Same idea as Tesla, but the problem I would see is that it doesn't trade very much. Only 42,000 shares. I'm surprised there's not another one, but well, pins. Wow, just a. Have you ever heard me say look left? I mean, that's all I do. That's all I do. What is SCS? I still have some left, but it is still pretty strong, hanging over 11. Volume has really not subsided much. If you look at the volume, I mean, the volume is still stellar. I mean, this is really good volume. Now, it's not the people ask, well, what is good volume? Well, it's not so much. I mean, obviously, the number is important, but what I like to do is I just like to look at the volume bars and in relation to the previous one. So there has not been like a severe drop off, not yet anyway. Now this volume bar is now just starting at 10:15. This is a 15-minute chart, of course. So there's your 9:30, 9:45, and 10 o'clock. And so they've been very strong. Now, if all of a sudden on this one really starts to drop off, tail off, Well, that could be signifying the end. I mean, I'd be stunned if it got through that 1160 level. Shady, actually I saw WW this morning. It was Weight Weight Watchers. Well, WW International. Yeah, had that pop up here, little pullback. It's a beautiful thing, guys, when you see one stock in all three of these. Okay. You see SCS on the 10-day daily breakout, on the momentum scan, and in the abnormal auction activity. They're all lined up. I'm actually really surprised. I mean, Steelcase. I mean, Steelcase. I mean, they supply office chairs, office equipment, and all. Um, I just am surprised they're doing so well. Well, it's all relative. Let's take a look at a monthly chart. I mean, the highs up here. Well, actually, it's not as bad as I thought. But this is a big, big, big week. The day it's having. So you can see that monthly high. This looks like this would have been an earnings play back here. If we look every 3 months, yeah, this probably was an earnings play right here and just got hit hard. I mean, this was, yeah, that month that probably was almost all couple of days, that downturn in that monthly candle. Maybe, I mean, I don't have obviously I don't work in an office. My wife does, and yeah, they're getting more and more people coming back in, but um wow, look at DTOC. Now this is you want risk? You want this is risk, guys. DTOC again. No real news on it other than it is a SPAC, a low float SPAC. And I did we ever find out who they are looking to merge with? Okay, guys. Now, shifting our attention to something that is very wild and woolly. Of course, the DTOC halted, halted, halted again. While these are a lot of fun, if you're on the right side of them, I would much prefer something like this that has, it's a real company, um, real news. Speaking of Alcoa, AA, I put AA in there just because I wanted to see when its earnings date was, October 18th, so it's less than a month away. So Alcoa, 29.88, next high looking left. So it's got a little bit of room. AA, Alcoa. Just give me one moment, please. All right, guys, back again. And SCS, sorry, SCS, I did say it right. SCS making new highs. Any interest? So when you say, is there any interest? We don't know yet. It hasn't opened, of course, but I think I think the cart IPO yesterday has put a bit of a damper, on this one. Had cart been really, really successful yesterday, at IPO, I mean, the IPO price was 30. It's at 32 right now. Yes, it got up to 42, but it sold off all day. So is that the symbol? What is going on? Yeah, it's KVYO. Yeah, yeah, it's KVYO. But I thought I had this in here. I might have accidentally deleted it. Oh, there it is. There it is. So this is what I do for IPOs. There it is, KVYO. Okay. Now it hasn't traded obviously yet. So when it starts to trade, what I do is I put a price alert at $1. It's obviously going to open more than $1. So when that happens, my price alerts window will pop up on my screen. I also like to put the structure so I can see that it's 19 million shares. It could be between 27 to 29. Okay. Big guys, that means there are a lot of big names like Goldman Sachs, etc., behind this one. But when it starts to trade, we'll know. A lot of times, I would say probably 9 times out of 10, it's going to show up as a resume. But anyway, when it starts to trade, we will certainly know about it. Now we'll see if they also go in this. I'm sure they're going to. I mean, both ARM and CART opened really kind of late. Usually these IPOs come out around 10:30. So those did not come out until afternoon, like noon, 12 o'clock. It's at 30 now. Okay. Well, that's the same as cart. Well, Tony, and anybody else. I mean, if you think you're frozen, you just have to do, if the chart, in other words, if the chart is not changing, you have to do a refresh. Okay. I mean, CATC is like not quite an hour ago, but it's a long time ago. So if you hear me talking about other symbols and you're stuck on, because usually when I'm talking about a symbol, the chart will be up. So you'll just have to do a, oh, don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. But that's to anybody, okay? You hear me talking about a stock and you're saying, well, wait a minute, I don't see that stock on my screen. I see something else. Then more than likely, you just have to do a refresh, okay? It's on your end. Yeah, AMC, I did see it actually had a nice run yesterday at the end. Nice run at the end. But, as always, I'll be looking to short this. Lots of shares available, 2.5 million at Interactive Brokers now. The next high is 910. All right, guys, let's see. I'm looking. Well, look at the arm. I mean, the arm's been all over the place. Also, ARM, been all over the place. It got up to 55.50 and then back down to 52, $3 drop. Give me one moment, guys. I thought I had a sound alert on a something and I don't have it for some reason. Okay, a little bit of a rally for pins, guys. A little bit of a rally. If it got close to 28 again, I'd be probably looking to short it. I have to watch to see how. I mean, if it takes out the high and starts to run, fine. But there was a $35 price target put on it. I think by I can't remember who it was, but all right, DTOC is now alive and doing its thing. Now, if you were looking for a reason for this, don't. The only reason is 1.77 million in the float, halted again. It's what we call the casino plays. You're basically roll the dice, close your eyes, and hope you get in the right side of it, or don't trade them at all. That's right. You know what? You are right. They were I thought it was actually today they're voting on it, but it might have been last night. But I still don't see though I still don't see who they're looking to merge with. So there's the form. I mean, there's a form 8K that they released, but I'm not going to go through all that. Usually, it's pretty obvious who they're looking to merge with. But you are right. I do recall. Oh, you put it above. Oh, I thank you. Okay, Amir. I wonder why it's not showing up here. So obvious. How to scan for consolidated stocks that are about to break out? Well, it's impossible to know that anything is going to break out. You can scan for depends what you mean by consolidation. Okay, you're talking about because we do have a consolidation filter, days in consolidation, but doesn't mean they're going to break out. There's nothing. I wish I could say that. Oh, this scan will show you stocks that are about to break out. We'd all be multimillionaires. But seriously, we don't. We have a consolidation days filter. So if I scroll down a little bit, if I've just typed in consolidation. So days in consolidation. So you can use something like this, I suppose, and create a top list and show stocks that are, basically consolidating. A lot of times what you'll see are stocks that are takeovers, buyouts, because you'll see a big flat line on the top. But you can see some stocks that perhaps are well, no, that they'll be consolidating, but it doesn't mean they're going to break out. I don't use a sort of a scan, but you can see, I mean, again, if you added the filter and you could put a minimum number of days in consolidation, and I'll put 2, 3, 4, 5. It's up to you. And with other filters in place. Now, what you can do, because this is actually looking back, okay? It's not considering today. It's kind of looking back on the number of days. So you could put maybe 3 or 4, and then today you could put some volume in and maybe a relative volume so it might be trading abnormally and maybe looking at a new high as the alert. You can try that. So if you do a search, if you do a search, you'll see that we do have some consolidation filters. So I'm just repeating my answer to Ayad in our YouTube room. So there is a consolidation in days filter. So if you add that filter and you put the minimum number of days that you want to see it in consolidation, 3, 4, 5, whatever that number is. Obviously, the bigger the number, the less stocks you're probably going to find, and then you can start from there. And this looks back. So if today in theory, I suppose if today it looks like it's breaking out, you can put, a relative volume of say 3. You want to put probably a minimum number of shares is trading. I don't know, 100,000, 200,000, and a price range you're looking for. But this is where I would start. I don't have one. I don't have a ready-made one. I don't look for things like that. But that's where I would start. I don't think I have it. I can check to see if I got anything. Maybe I did something from a long time ago. No. Did that make sense though? Start off with that consolidated days filter. Put some number in, 3 or 4. See how many you get. You can use a top list, just to find the ones like that without any sort of a trigger. So let's, you know what? I'll just try one, okay? I'm going to create a top list. I'm going to start from scratch, load the settings, do a search on that consolidated. Okay, add the filter. I'll put 3 days just to start, just to see what happens, okay? Now let's put a price range in. Come on. Up we go. So price range, I don't know. I'll put 1 to 100, just as a price range. Minimum of 100,000 shares right now for today. Maybe a relative volume of 2, just to see. Okay. And then columns. I want to put the volume. I want to put the price. I'll put the relative volume. Just as columns, okay? And then probably right at the bottom here is going to be the consolidation days column, and I'll sort on that. Give it a name. Consolidation. Okay, and now I'm going to sort and we're going to see what we see. So my guess is that Sobo with 31 days, probably going to be some kind of a buyout. Yeah, you can see right there. You see that? So you're going to see like when you see big days of consolidation, more than likely it could be like a buyout. Obviously, that's not going to pop. Okay, so I can start you off with this, and you can, adjust the price range, the volume, other things. Take a look at DBTX, probably a buyout of some sort also. See, DBTX, buyout, 15 days. So maybe you want to put a max in to eliminate some of these things. See, and this, so it's looking at EXAI, and here we had a pop, but there was the 4 days. I mean, it's not a bad little consolidation here, but so they're not all going to look wonderful. But you can just kind of scroll through them and see if they've moved. Okay, so I'll give you this first of all. So T, I don't have a link to the current layout. You can pick and choose what you want, okay? You can certainly have everything you see here, okay? Or you can kind of just pick and choose. That's how I do it, as opposed to having a link to the entire layout. You may not want everything until you examine it. So if you click on my homepage link, and then scroll, what you'll see first, I'll be at the top here. Scroll down until you see my scans. And these are the scans. These are all the scans that I'm sharing. I'm not using them all, but these are all the scans that I'm sharing that I've created that people might like to see. Okay. There's the abnormal option about what I definitely, obviously I'm sharing what you can see. There is the abnormal option activity right there. There is Momo right there. There is the halts resumes right there. If you want my single stock window, remember the single stock windows are all customizable. This is what I like to see. These are just filters. Some of you might want to see more financial data though, earnings per share, all that, but this is all customizable. And then as far as the charts are concerned, everybody will have a different idea about what time frames they want. So you just create the charts and put whatever time frame you want. Okay. Oh man, remember we were talking about, or at least I was talking about the Zinzi, and it wasn't too familiar with it. INZY. I think it was around 480. So now a little pop over 5. Okay, guys, actually it's time. It is now 10:42, a little bit late. Usually I do this around 10:30. And what am I talking about? So I'm going to go over my homepage in a little more detail, okay? And everything that you can find on it. All right, so again, click on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to see. You'll be at the top here. So if you do want to take out a subscription, there is a promo code you can use to get 15% off. If you do want to take on an annual, I can get you a better discount. I can get you a 25% discount if you want to take on an annual. Just let me know. Just have to put something in the rooms and say hey, and I'll message you and I'll give you the promo. If you do take out a subscription, you must do this first, the getting started. This will run you through your download and install, your first startup and login, important introduction to our scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. This is a software program. There is a learning curve. We try to make it fairly simple, though, if you run through these 10 short videos. I'll give you a good overview of what Trade Ideas is all about. You don't have to be a member. If you want to just see what we're all about, you can take a look at this. Trading 101. If you're brand new to trading or looking for a refresher, this is a free course, free set of videos that you can take a look at. Stock of the day video that I do. I wonder what it's going to be today. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. Of course, that's free. Trade of the week, which I don't think worked this week. It triggered and now it's underneath the trigger price, but it is free. So you can sign up for it right now. You usually get it about an hour before the market opens Monday mornings. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder or if you have Gmail, your promotions folder. Okay. Education. We have a nice education section right here. This is our user guide. Here's that getting started again. You want more in-depth information about what an alert window is, a top list window is, the stock racing, price alerts, use them all the time. I'll demonstrate the use of a price alert and how easy it is to use. There's a getting started series again. Daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. And one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Wednesday. It should be Jamie. I'll confirm that with Jamie before I do take my break. And I'll also put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Jamie. And last, when you click on my homepage link, and if you're looking for my scans, just scroll down a little bit and here are my scans. So just like, again, this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. This is what kind of can set the tone for some of the stocks that are going to move once the market opens. There's the momentum scan. There is the abnormal option activity scan. There is the halts resume. So, and I have other scans that I am sharing. You just can't see them. They're on my other monitors. I'm not trying to hide them on purpose. It's just that I don't want to overwhelm one monitor with a whole bunch of scans. And as always, if you load one of my scans and you want to see what it's looking for, you just right click, configure, and summary, and that'll tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. One of the things that Trade Ideas is excellent at is we are a real-time alert machine. There are a lot of scanners out there. This is the screeners out there. This is the screening aspect, okay? So it's screening for stocks between 1 and 100. Current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. Here's what gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes, it's 400% of normal. So again, this is the screening aspect. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. The last one we had was at 10:45 for EQX, and it was at 4:49. That was a real-time alert. So if you like my scan exactly the way it is, fine. But if you want to make a change to it, of course you can. A lot of people might want a different price range. So you would just click on the icon and you can change that price range. I'll change it from 1, I'll change it to 10. So now it's doing 10 and 100. Click on the summary, you see how that has changed. Maybe you want to change the volume. Maybe you want to, once you get used to using Trade Ideas, you might look at some other filter and say, I wouldn't mind adding that filter in. Or maybe you don't like a filter I've got. Up to you, okay? Now, of course, if you want to make your own scans right from scratch, of course you can. If I right click and click on configure, okay, and set a summary now, I'm going to click on search. And these are all of the real-time alerts we have, starting off with the new high of the day, new low of the day. And if I scroll down, when we see these icons, these are the filters that we have, the screening aspect. Don't get hung up by how many we have. The only reason we have so many is that, with thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles, the company, we had to create enough alerts and filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they do want to create their own scan. But as I say, I have a lot of scans that I'm sharing. There are a lot of scans here. Sorry, if I click on new and then dock channel bar, let me just cancel out of this. New, and then dock channel bar. These are all theme-based channels. We have a pre-market channel, but these are all theme inflections. I think this is a new one. Haven't seen that one before. But anyway, these are all theme-based channels. You can take a look at the scans that we've created there. So the last thing I want to say is if you do click on my homepage and you do decide that you want to take out a subscription at some point in time, today, tomorrow, next week, next month, next year, please use my promo code. Save my link, my homepage link, use my promo code. The whole idea of this room, it's a free room. Of course, we use it for marketing. The company wants to see that the marketing is working. I try not to be too overbearing about promoting Trade Ideas. I mean, obviously, I'm going to show Trade Ideas all day long because that's what we use. But in terms of promoting the sales and subscriptions, I do that twice a day. All I ask is that if eventually you do want to take out a subscription, use my code. It will help the room a lot. Okay? And of course, you can ask me questions all day long. Don't be shy. Don't think you're interrupting me. So I don't even think I saw Law last week. So Law booted their CEO, and now today they've given the reason for it. Okay, I don't know if the actual reason came out. It probably was actually looks like it might have been here, but this was an abrupt booting of their CEO for misconduct. I don't know if the reason was surfaced here. Definitely has surfaced today. So I mean, again, I'm seeing this news today. The abrupt exit followed complaint of alleged groping, etc., other accounts of misconduct. I don't know if that came out on the same day as he was booted. Wow. Can you imagine this? He had to forfeit an award of stock options that had made him one of the highest paid CEOs of 2022. Unbelievable. Wow. Anyway, not looking good for that guy. I don't know if there's a best time. I'm not a big swing trader, Frank. I don't know if there's a best time. I know what Michael Noss likes to do. He's a big swing trader at Trade Ideas. He waits to the end of the day. Okay. I'm not saying that's the best time. I don't know if there's a real answer to that. PJ, some of the PJ I know swing trades. There are other swing traders in the room. I don't know if they have a specific time that they look, but I do know that Michael Noss will wait to the end of the day, see how it closed, probably looks to see what sort of room it has to run. Okay. But I don't know. I don't know if that's the best time. Excuse me one moment. I'll answer your question in one moment. I add. Okay, guys, I had to put another layer of clothes on. We have a rule in the Anderson household. The furnace goes off at about mid-April, and it does not come on until October 1st. So, but it's starting to get a little chilly in Vancouver now, so I just have to put on another layer. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Frank. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Of course, you meant not the time of day. Yeah, I would probably for sure look at a weekly and a monthly chart. I'm sorry. I'm just not a big swing trader. I apologize. I misinterpreted what you meant. So I know. I mean, it's a silly rule, but I like to adhere to it every year. Okay, I add, how can we maintain the savings of drawings on the chart? So when you say how to, okay, for instance, I don't do a lot of drawings, but let's just say I wanted to put a markup. So I put a horizontal line. So there's a horizontal line on this 15-minute chart. Now, when you say how to maintain it, um, as far as I know, as far as I know, if I exit trade ideas and I come back, this is going to remain. I don't use a lot of drawing tools for in our program, but so if I say, you know, you have to save your work. So if I exit trade ideas right now, But if I go to another symbol, okay, now I'm going to come back. Well, not a bad symbol, guys. E-health. Now, if I come back to law, and hopefully I'm right here. If I come back to law, there's a line. So I'm not sure. Well, as long as you save your work, okay? As long as you save at the end of the day, at the very, very least, okay, at the very least, if you click on File, Exit, it's going to ask you, do you want to save your layout? It's going to ask you yes or no. So if you're happy with the layout as it is, I would say yes. But I would also always, I would save my layout two ways. I would save my layout to the cloud. So if I click on File and then Save, File, Save or Share to Cloud, this box is going to pop up. I would click on entire layout, assuming you want your entire layout, and then I would give it a name, maybe whatever name you want, my first layout, or give it some name. I would probably date it also, just so you know when you created it, and then save it. So now it's in the cloud. You can also save it to your computer, local computer, save layout, and you can give it a name, and that'll overwrite. Okay, that will actually overwrite. So if you want to overwrite the layout, just like any other program, it'll overwrite it, save it. Saving it to the cloud does not overwrite though the layouts. It'll just save versions of it, if that makes sense. But it'll be timestamped. I also save individual scans to the cloud always. I never know when, this abnormal option activity. I mean, I've been using it now for several months, but there was a time for about several years I wasn't using it. After using it for several years, I know it sounds, I created it a long time ago. I was using it religiously for about 2 years. And then I don't know, I stopped using it. I didn't like the alerts I was getting. And it only so I probably had about a 3 or 4 year hiatus on this. And then about 6 months ago, I started using it again. So I have a lot of scans that I've saved into the cloud. And every now and then I'll take a look at them, say, I wonder what this one is doing, what this one is like. And I'll bring it back, check it out, maybe on the weekend, check out some historicals, what sort of alerts I got. See, and I might say to myself, hey, maybe I should start using this one again. The other reason for saving everything to the cloud is that you can have trade ideas on as many different devices as you want. You can only have trade ideas loaded one device at a time. So for instance, I'm working on a desktop, but I've got a couple of laptops and I have a couple of tablets. So I can have trade ideas. If I run out and buy a new laptop, all I have to do is just download the program and then I can just file load from cloud. Most people understand how a cloud function works. Just load it from the cloud, and as long as here are some of the layouts that I've kept. I've got some layouts. Whoops. It's all categorized and layouts, alert windows, top list windows. So I just pick the one I want and I load it. The other thing to consider is that if you don't save anything, if you don't save things to the cloud, and so I'm on my desktop. If something happened to my desktop, I had to run out and get a new one. Well, pain, but all I have to do again is download the program and then load everything back from the cloud. Just like any other software program works, that you're able to save things into the cloud. And it's there forever. Well, I don't know if it's there forever, and it used to be there forever, but it's there for a long time. So what I mean by that is you sign up for trade ideas and then you decide that you don't want it anymore for a while, then you sign up again, say a year later. I think everything that you've saved is still in your cloud. As long as you use the same email address to sign up. I think we may have put a limitation on it. If 5 years from now, you may not see this stuff, but yeah, somebody mentioned AVGR is on the move again, guys. AVGR on the move again. Low float. It's had a tremendous couple of days. Well, actually 3 days. That looks red because it closed below the open, but it means still it was a great pop. So this is a 3-day run now, coming right into the SMA, 200-day moving average. Okay, guys, my little pooch just came up to see me. That usually means she wants to be let out. So give me a moment. Give me about 5 minutes, okay? Just give me about 5 minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. I still do like Michael Noss's idea, though, that he won't take a swing trade until the end of the day. He wants to see how it doesn't really matter what chart he's looking at or time frame, but he'll wait till the end of the day before he makes up his mind if he wants to swing anything. I think that's probably not a bad idea. So one of the things about our YouTube room, guys, as I've said before, I take my break between 12 and 1 Eastern time, and we have 5 different traders. We have 5 days of the week, 5 different traders. So it probably makes it's a good idea, I think, when I'm on my break to head over to our YouTube room. And again, I'll put the link in the main room so you can have another trader's perspective. Okay, now today is Jamie's day. Now he is a little more like me, except he is a real scalper too, and I mean a real scalper. He'll look for 2 or 3 cent moves with a lot of shares and all that. But the other guys, though, like Michael Noss, I referred to him. He's in on Tuesdays. Steve Gomez is in tomorrow. Andy's in on Friday, and then Chris is in on Monday. So, but the bottom line is this: we all have different trading styles. So, I think it's a good idea when I'm on my break, head over and listen to somebody else's trading style. Not so much, but in the general market talk, though, Frank, you can certainly talk about swing trades. Okay, just throw it out there. We don't. I mean, there are swing traders in the room, but I think they're probably more like a combination. They're certainly not pure swing traders. I mean, they obviously are in a fairly active room in terms of intraday trading, but there are swing traders here. So in the general market talk, you can definitely say, I'm thinking of swinging, X, not X, US Steel. You know what I mean? ABC. Just checking to see. There's even an ABC. Well, you know what I mean. XYZ. How about XYZ? Is there an XYZ? Okay, so you know what I mean. You can just in the general market talk, you can just ask a question, or you if you have an idea, just put it in there. I'm thinking of swinging this. What do you guys think? Okay, guys. Well, again, I've only done the one trade in the SCS, and that's it. And still have some left. Almost got rid of it. It popped down through 11, but obviously, I don't have as much left as I had at the beginning, but it's going to hold on in case it has a little bit of a thrust up, trying to get closer to that 1160. This is the other SPAC guys, or actually, it's not yeah, it is a SPAC, CFFE, the other one that's has been super active. So again, you're going to hear me talk about SPACs or blank check companies, what they are. These are companies that get formed. They get people, they get investors to put a lot of like a bunch of money into the company, and then what they do is they look for a company to merge with. Usually, I would say, I think there might have been only one or two that I can think of, but usually they're private companies and they're looking to merge with them. It's a quicker way to go public. Some people might say a more sketchy way to go public. So this is a publicly traded company right now. Not well, publicly. This is a publicly traded symbol right now, looking for a company to merge with. Now, they may have already. A lot of times, what they'll do is they'll say, "Well, this is what we want. This is who we're looking to merge with," and then they go through a shareholder vote and all of that. So that's why somebody was saying that William was saying that that company that DTOC, they're looking to merge with this. Was it Amber? And so what happens is DTOC will cease to exist once the merger is complete, and a new symbol it'll start trading. You can if you have trade ideas and you do any pre-market work, and you look in the pre-market and you see only one candle, like a that means that it was a SPAC. I mean, I probably confused everybody, but on the daily chart, when you don't see anything other than one candle, and you might think, "Oh, it must be an IPO." Well, it's not an IPO. I don't think I've ever seen an IPO release in the pre-market. I don't think I've ever seen that. But a SPAC, typically, what will happen is you'll see DTOC. What they might do, they might say, "Okay, the merger has been approved, and we will start trading as whatever symbol starting on whatever date." And these SPACs exploded in 2018, 5 years ago. All of a sudden, they were the rage, and they're kind of coming back. We're starting to see a lot of this nonsensical action. I mean, there's no reason for this one to be up to $40 2 days ago. None, zero. But they're usually very low floats, and some room somewhere or some newsletter or some group decides, okay, today's the day for this one, and it hits scanners all over the place. Now, I haven't had a chance to really look at anything else, but here's my 10-day daily breakout. Okay, There's avgr 942 the alert, 1117 the price, and this is what it got up to, 1287. That's pretty good. There's the SCC, the SCS, 1033. Of course, we know it got over 11. bjdx, let's see what it did. Yeah, so I mean, if you're willing to, I just don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. I know I made an exception for the SCS, but I usually don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things, or try to let the things settle down a bit. But all three of these would have worked. Yeah, you can't. We're talking, Alex, because all you have to do is listen to me. I mean, not everybody's trading style is going to be the same as mine. Okay, so if you weren't around in the pre-market, we talked about the SCS. I watched it go over 10. Well, I'd have to have a 5-minute candle probably. Well, the bottom line is that it went over 10, it dropped down below 10. And I said, I'm going to be very interested in it if we get a bid of say 10.15. And that is sort of, then it's up to you. You want to take that trade? Because some of these things can move fairly fast. So I'm not going to spend time trying to type it all in after the fact. I'm not going to say, okay, I took this trade at 10.15 when the stock has already moved up to 10.25 or 10.30. And that is what can happen. Something like this was moving pretty quickly. So it's really, you just have to kind of, this room is not about my telling anybody what to buy or sell. I'm pointing out opportunities. And if I have an opportunity that like the Pinterest, the PINS, I didn't do it because I was wrapped up in the steel case. But if you heard me talking about Pinterest, PINS, that I was suggesting that I thought that 28 could stall it, just based on looking at that daily chart. So if you're listening to me and it meets your trading style, then you watch it and you say, okay, yeah, I got up to 28. The minute had I been really watching it, but I was too wrapped up on the other one, I would have taken this short probably around 27.85. I would like to see it clear that whole number a little bit more. I don't want to take it just, it's underneath 28, 27.99. No, I want to see it clear the whole number a little bit more. But we all have different trading styles. So this is not a room in which I just tell people, okay, take this trade right here and get out right here. When I start exiting, I do start telling people though, I took some off for the steel case at 10.50. I took some off at around 11, and I'm holding some. Don't have very much left, just in case it has just another move. Maybe gets closer to that high up here of 1163. I mean, I doubt it's going to happen, but now it looks like this could be it. But then, of course, we have other traders in the room that are going to talk about, interesting ideas. But you all have to have a trading plan, though. You should never blindly follow anybody. So look at DT boy. This is I kept seeing this on the normal option activity. Now, just another word about this. If you see this is in brown, that means a suggestion to short, and in light blue, a suggestion to go long. Remember now, the program is called Trade Ideas. These are ideas that are generated based on the filters that I got. It doesn't mean that just because I get an alert, I just pile into the trade. XRT to your short list. Yeah, I mean, let's take a look at XRT. This is the retail ETF that has just been really well ever since let's see, September the 5th, when it broke down through the 200-day moving average. It's been in a kind of a free fall. Had a bit of a day here. I think that's the day that the overall market went crazy, and then but it's resuming down. It's having a little bit of a rally today, but not much. I got everything I'm reading, the doom and gloom for the upcoming holiday season. That sales are not going to be as brisk as they have been, and of course, that's when all the retailers. I think it's some astonishing statistics. Something like 80% of sales are done in that 1 to 2 month period. Makes sense. This could be an interesting short, guys. Dava. I mean, this was one of the two earnings plays that were great yesterday. Dava, and the other one was the Stitch Fix. But this is sort of giving it up a bit. Got as high as 57.73, close at 56.53, about $1 below. And this, I mean, it looks like it wants to, start coming down a bit. Ah, forgot to keep watching AMC. My guess is that I could have shorted this one. Yeah. So here's your clue, guys, for all stocks. Okay. So you see AMC. You see this 50. I use 15-minute candles or charts. So you see these two topping tails. What does it mean? So at one point, let's bring up a big chart. So it's very visible. Okay. So you see these topping tails here. So what does it mean? It means at one point on this one, the 1015, the buyers got the price up to 863. The sellers came in and knocked it down a little bit, down to 855. The buyers tried again. They got it up to 864, but look what happened here. The sellers knocked it all the way down to 845. And so this is ongoing with maybe not so dramatic in terms of the topping tails or bottoming tails, but it's a constant battle all day long between buyers and sellers, no matter what stock you're looking at. So just think of it this way: if you were a buyer of AMC, if you're one of these people, really, is it going to go higher? Any stock, and it does this. Eventually, you're just going to give up for a while. You're going to say, you know what, sellers can have it. I'm not going to beat my head up against a wall when they keep knocking it down on me. So now at this point, the sellers were in control. However, look at this bottoming tail. The reverse can happen, of course. Sellers knocking it down to 923. Buyers took over and closed at 836. Let's see what happens in this candle. Will there be another bottoming tail and then a close higher? Maybe that'll signify a bit of a reversal. So I mean, it's this constant battle all day long. Doesn't matter what stock you look at, really. But that's why, topping tails and bottoming tails can be great clues about changes of direction. Not just one, though. I'd like to see maybe at least two. And on a 15-minute, I mean, that means that's 30 minutes. And of course, follow the market. What is the market doing? What is the overall market doing? So we've got a bit of a disconnect now in the market. The SPY is in essence flat. The Dow is still up, not bad, but Nas is gone. Tech heavy Nas is now negative. So there's a bit of a disconnect right now in the market between the so-called value stocks versus growth stocks. Now, the next thing, guys, let's just take a look at as I'm really not, I still have, again, a little bit of the SES left. I mean, if it gets down to like 1080, I'm gone. Okay. But it's still kind of hanging around the $11 mark. So I'm gonna hang on in case it does have a sort of an ended, not an end of day, but maybe what time is it now? 11:33, maybe in the afternoon. It has another bit of a surge. Next, I want to take a look at our new. We've got some interesting things now. Give me a moment, guys. Interesting things in our new homepage. Okay, so here, oops, not that. Just give me a moment. We're gonna have a bit of an issue though. I'm noticing I see this spinning top, this spinning. I don't know then if this means it's not updating correctly. It looks like it's okay. So this is, yeah, but we're getting this spinning. There might be something going on. I'm following a discussion. So this is our new website, okay? So now this is, if you're a subscriber, of course you have access to this. When you click on Market Scope, if you are a subscriber and you've not done this before, well, okay, if you're a subscriber, what it probably is going to say something like data is 15 minutes delayed. Click here for live data. Okay. And if you're a subscriber, that's going to happen. If you're not a subscriber, it probably is going to say something like data is delayed by 15 minutes. Click here for a subscription. Okay. Now, as we speak, you can only have either this is my downloadable application, of course, and you can only have one or the other open at the same time. Now I have two accounts, so that's why I can have this open and I can have this open at the same time live. Okay. But unfortunately, right now, I think they're trying to make plans that you can have this and if you're using our downloadable application open at the same time. But one of the reasons for this is for especially for the people who don't want to learn how to create any sort of scan at all. All right. So we're just giving you the data. And so this is telling you right here, today's biggest gainers, and you can have your pick change from the close or change from the open. I like to change from the open. And so there's the DTOC, the CFFE, etc. So this is kind of a heat map. Now, kind of it is. So if I go to the top lists, though, this gives you a very similar list, but now you can also see the biggest losers, okay, in a nice heat map style. There's the SPRY, and you can kind of, click on these alerts and just see what's happening. So this is just delivered to you. You can pick your time frame, of course. Get this chart a little bit bigger. You're looking at the S&P 500. Who's moving up? Who's moving down? Even have my stuff. Now, my problem with my stuff is I haven't been able to really update it as much as I don't know why this one says this though. Oh, volume today. Okay, volume today. So you've got in those top lists, you have more of a selection. So if I want to go to the change from the open, the only things on my watch list that are up, but I have to make a change because my watch list seems to be stuck. I like this display. This is now, you can either have a grid view. Nope. Would much rather have it in this tree. Well, I don't know why they call it tree map. I guess that must be, but you can do things like what is the biggest change in the last 30 minutes? Now, the issue right now is, let me just see something here. Yeah, so I've asked them to put a minimum volume, okay? Because who wants to see a stock that it's only traded 5,500 shares? So I've asked them to, not just in mine, but all these top lists, we've got to have a minimum volume. But anyway, this is an interesting way, especially if maybe in a lull in the day, even if you're an active trader, just taking a look at this. This is what's this one? This is the momentum, change in the last 30 minutes. Again, I don't know what the volumes are though. That's the issue. So in case you just don't want to even create any scans at all, you're just looking for momentum plays, stocks that are up the most, down the most, highest relative volume, things like that. Look at the S&P. You can do all without having to know anything, without having to create a scan. And then this is a crawl. This is a lot of this will look the same. And this is a crawl. The biggest gainers up here, biggest losers here. Okay. But again, this is more for people. I mean, obviously, if you've got this program and you're an active trader, you probably want something a little more like this with real-time alerts, etc. But this, at a glance, this is not bad at all. I'm actually finding myself looking at it every now and then because I might miss something because not everything, is making a new high of the day or a new low of the day. So if you want to look at that, this is a link. Well, that's the thing right now, Max. You can't, unfortunately, and I think we should. There has to be down the road a way to mix it with. This is like think of our web-based version. Okay, it's a little bit like our web-based version. You can have the web-based version and the downloadable app open at the same time. You can only, but I'd like to think there has to be at least with the market scope. This, but right now, no, you can't have them open at the same time. The only reason I can is because I've got two accounts at Trade Ideas, so I can have this on my other account. Okay, Captain. So you've got it. Okay. Now, CRH, I saw this one all day yesterday, but yeah, so this was a recovery day for it because it actually closed. I mean, it was actually way down here, 50, well, way down 52, and then it closed positive, and now it's moving higher again today. Boy, this SCS is very, very resilient, really stubbornly not wanting to take out 11, which is great. Now, at some point, a lot of shares available to short, 5 million. So at some point, I have to put, I'm going to put an alert down here on 1088. At some point, I may short this. Obviously, get out of my last little bit of my long position and then reverse, maybe short it. Okay, guys, give me a minute. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Look at Azul, guys. Azul is still, that's why they call it steel. Azul is still strong after that Goldman upgrade this morning. That was the other one, Big Focus. I did not take it, but Big Focus, Goldman upgrade to $18 for Azul. What are the more popular VWAP strategy scans? I don't really know. Now, are you talking about the ones from Market Explorer, Marty? I couldn't tell you that, the ones from the Market Explorer. I think that, I have a couple of scans, but I don't know if they're the most popular. I have a couple of scans that show you stocks that are right around the VWAP, if you're interested. But these ones in the Market Explorer, I could not tell you I don't use them because they're more, to me, they're more for, there's the anchored VWAP. If you're talking about these ones, I have no idea. And this is an additional subscription to get these. These are more designed for swing trading. So, that's why I don't really use them. So I need a little more information when you say, I have no idea what, I mean, I can give you, I think the idea is to see stocks that are maybe close to the VWAP. We don't need pro for this. You don't need pro for this. I think the interesting thing is to, see stocks that are near the VWAP. So I've got, two of them near the VWAP. So there'd be a little bit over the VWAP and near the VWAP, a little bit under. And then you can, figure out if you want to trade them. I mean, we have a couple of alerts that show you, when a stock crosses over the VWAP or down below it. For instance, if I look at this near the VWAP, a little bit over. So if I click on Sabra as an example, there's a VWAP at 1391 and we're at 1394. Okay, as an example. So would that mean now you make up your mind? Okay, well there's the VWAP. What will it do around the VWAP? Is it going to take it out? Maybe you put a price alert down here, or maybe you could maybe put some bracketed price alerts. I'll put one up at 1401 and put one down here and see if it breaks one way or the other. I mean, that's one way you can maybe look at these and you just go through them. Here's Mobley, MBLY. 4056 is the VWAP, so it's a little bit above it, 4063. Okay. So I don't know if you want this one or not, but I can't tell you if this is, people are using this, but I think most people want to see stocks around the VWAP and then decide, okay, is the VWAP going to hold it for a bounce, or is it not for a short, as an example? Well, I'm aware of the VWAP, okay? I'm aware of it. That's why I have it right there. So when I click on an alert, I'm going to know two things. First thing I do, I look left, of course, see if I want to, if this is a viable trade by looking left. Let's say this was, it isn't, but let's say it was. Then I'm going to look to see where the VWAP is, 1326 at 1486. I think, well, okay, it's certainly a way. A lot of people would say that, you might want to say, okay, this could revert like a mean reversion to the VWAP. I mean, it's way above the VWAP. A lot of people will look at this and go, you know what? There could be a nice mean reversion trade down to the VWAP. I mean, I don't trade like that, but I mean, people can do that. Or if it was really close to the VWAP, that might. Let's say I look left, and this was not so extended, and I look left and it had room, and the price is at 1484, and I look and I see the VWAP's at 15. Well, I wouldn't take the trade. I would maybe wait for a break of the VWAP and maybe take the trade. I look at the VWAP as potential resistance, same as I look at the 200-day moving average the same way. Okay, so Shaw is saying using it for support and resistance. You'll see a lot of stocks maybe moving down, and when I see a stock moving down, I will check to see where the VWAP is, see if the VWAP holds it, maybe it bounces off it. Okay, so I can give you this if you want, and you can play around with it. But it requires, I mean, obviously still some trading knowledge. I mean, what are you going to do? I mean, you see MRNS, same thing. There's the VWAP. It's right on the VWAP now, right on it. What is it going to do? We don't know. I mean, we don't know if the VWAP's going to hold it or, really give it up. Okay. Let me just grab it for you. And there's nothing wrong with doing that. There's nothing wrong with having a trading style that just looks at stocks near the VWAP and finding a way to trade them. Cutting everything else out. Okay, so if it is a warrant, I mean, a warrant trades just like a stock. So I'm not sure it's going to show up. Yeah, I mean, it trades just like a stock. I don't know that this is a warrant, though. I know it ends in W, but I don't know if this is a warrant. Yeah, this is not a warrant, as far as I know. It just happens to end in W. But if it were a warrant, I mean, you just trade it like a stock. It'll have a bid in it, and but I don't trade these. I don't trade stocks that are under a dollar, number one. So I can't help you there. I mean, it's had a great run, 153% from 9 cents. I mean, look, somebody told me that it was going to do that on 360 million shares, sure. But I know I just don't focus on stocks under a dollar. And that doesn't mean you or anybody else shouldn't. But it just doesn't meet my trading style to look at stocks under. I mean, obviously, if somebody had said, "Well, Barry, this is going to go from 9 to $26, it's going to triple because of news they had," sure, of course. All right, guys, I am going to see if it is Jamie is going to be in our YouTube room in about 15 minutes, taking over from me. Well, it might be a warrant. It's not evident to me that it's a warrant. It's loading in as like a normal stock into my order entry. Maybe warrants do too. I don't know. Um, but even if it's a warrant, I mean, it's just trade it like a stock. I mean, it's not a. But it doesn't say that that is a warrant up here. All right, guys. Now, why did I not want this HLVX? I know I looked left. Yeah, there's the 200-day moving average right here at 1527. So that's a little close. The low float, 13 million in the float. Don't think I've ever seen this one. Hillvax. There you go. Thank you, William. There are two, Jose. None of them are good, but I mean, so there are two right here, pins and EXAI. So I'm not sure why you're not seeing them. So click on new from our toolbar. Click on new from the toolbar. Click on premium AI strategy trades window. Okay. Not the premium AI strategy window, the premium AI strategy trades window. Hope you can see my screen. Okay. When you click on that, this is what you're going to see. This is all really you have to see. Okay. This will give you the times of the alerts, the stops and all that. How you trade them, of course, will be up to you. And if you have our premium, well, obviously you have to have our premium service, but if you load this window, then save your layout, and then that window will load every day. Okay, so when you exit trade ideas, file exit, it's going to ask you, do you want to save your layout? Yes or no? Just say yes, and then tomorrow, when you load trade ideas, you will see, you don't have to load that window every day. It'll just be part of your layout. Okay, did that. Do you not see them now? So again, click on new from our toolbar. Premium AI strategy trades window. Okay, I just need a yes. Okay, good. All right, I just got a confirmation. It is the one, the only Jamie who will be showing up in about 10 minutes in our YouTube room. Okay. Boy, that Azul, what a great move. Still looking good. It'd be interesting to see what happens with this one tomorrow. Now, the next high looking left is 990. And this is all because Azul jumps as Goldman upgrades an undemanding valuation. Increased its price target from 14.90 that it had before to $18.30. Named it a new top pick in Latin American Airlines. Okay, so let's just see if GOL is another airline. Let's see if it little sympathy play. Could have looked at that earlier. Yeah, I mean, look at GOL. Also, kind of a sympathy play. Well, the one in the channel, Jose, you have to look at every. I mean, why clutter your desktop with a lot of stuff that you don't really need? There's no difference, okay, other than this just summarizes what you really need to see. I mean, the desktop has a lot of stuff that I don't think is really necessary to see. I mean, all you really should want to know is give me the alert. There's the time. What's the stop? Okay, that to me is all you really have to know. So yeah, I mean, you can look at the desk, you can look at the channel, you get a lot of other information, but to me, it just it's not necessary. Okay. I mean, listen, you can, but why would you want to do this? When you could just do this. Okay. Like why clutter up your screen when all you really need to do is see the alerts. In my opinion, anyway. I don't, it's just too much information. But we're not average people, PJ, are we? When I saw that, listen, when I go through all these upgrades and downgrades in the pre-market, I usually do that around 9:10. Many times, when I see they have a price target, not just Goldman, but anybody, and I click on it, well, it's already almost there. Okay, so what's the point? But I have to admit, when I saw Azul at $8 this morning and Goldman putting an $18 price target on it, wow, okay. I mean, yeah, and it doesn't matter what we might think of a Goldman Sachs or anybody else. You get some of these price targets that are put on, and if it's far enough away from the current price, hey, Now, I saw something about FRTX. I know I was looking at it earlier today, yes, or in the pre-market. It looked like it was trying to take out a dollar. Tried to a couple of times. Ah, that's right. So do we really want to do anything with this? I don't get this. There's something going on here that I don't quite understand. Maybe William or some people who analyze stuff like this. They're trading higher, but the company announced its board of directors has approved a plan of liquidation and dissolution. In other words, we're going. It's not a matter of maybe, I don't know, selling off a piece of the company. So I don't quite understand this. So they're liquidating and dissolving, and so let's pop at 50%. So I'm not quite understanding something. Guys, oops, wait a minute. What is, oh, so there's the Sabra. So there's a little breakdown. So who has Marty? So, we looked at the Sabra. So there might be a little bit of a breakdown through the 200-day. So, if it gets down a little bit further, you might want to look at this as a potential short. Not bad because if you use the low of the 15-minute candle intraday, it's got some room down to 1360. I'm not saying to do it, but thank you, Ray. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I mean, if what they're getting rid of is worth more than, as you call it, the FMV. Okay, and now, William has done back of the envelope is 135, excludes closing payouts to employees, PPE selling at below book value, okay? It just seems really weird, when you see companies saying, "Well, we're basically going out of business, we're stopping." So my recommendation is that everybody pile into a SBRA short. Ha, I'm just kidding, of course. Grumpy says he's long, so okay, guys, we're getting close to my break. So, first thing I'm going to do is stop my music. There we go. Okay, guys, I'm here's a ZNTL coming right into the 200-day moving average at 22.92. So, a lot of shares available to short. This has been in a downtrend for a couple of weeks now. Well, actually, for a lot longer if you look on the weekly chart, but coming into the 200-day moving average. So this to me looks kind of ripe for a potential short, guys. The closer it gets to that 200-day and gets rejected, and the trend is down. I mean, yeah, we're having a green day today, but the trend is obviously down for this one, ZNTL. I don't see any specific reason why this is moving higher other than, just a bit of a bounce play. Where are you talking, Tony? Background music. Okay, first thing I'm going to do right now, Jamie has not showed up yet, but I'm going to put the YouTube link in. Ah, there you are. Jamie, I hear a little ping. So let me get the YouTube link into the main room. Okay. I heard the ping. I did this yesterday. People couldn't hear me at the very beginning either. Guys, can you still hear me in YouTube? And can you hear Jamie also? Only me. Okay. No Jamie. Okay. They can't. Yeah, I'll just let him know that. Maybe he hasn't started. I hear a little ping. That means he's in the room, but maybe he's not talking yet.
How about now?
Now we can hear you, James.
Okay. I get in here and then I forget to say add stream and I'm like, hello, hello, hello.
Well, you've only done this. How many Wednesdays have you done this, Jamie?
Countless.
Countless.
Yeah.
So
Oh
are
well.
you? So what's going to happen next week? Same
My
thing.
brain must be forming new neurons, Barry. See, and it's rerouting
As
simple
long as
tasks.
they're as
Yeah.
long as they're good positive neurons, that's a good thing.
All right, my friend. Let me grab the screen.
Okay, I'll let you take over now. We'll see you in about an hour.
All righty, sir. We'll see you in about an hour.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome to the live support session. I'll be your host for the next hour, and just keep in mind, if you're newer to the product, and of course, hello to all you regulars as well. But if you are newer to the Trade Ideas environment, this is the hour that we allocate for the live support session while Barry takes his well-deserved break. And I'll just be sitting here filling in, answering any questions that you might have about maybe some charts that you want to take a look at, or more importantly, the Trade Ideas software. So you can see, hopefully everybody's got eyes on my screen. Yep, I see myself up there. So if you have a question, just use that questions panel to get it out. Hello, Pioneer. Hello, Circle. Shaw, I see your question there. What time frame do I mostly use? Pretty much what you see across the top here. I got the daily up here. Let me just get my pen active in case I need it here. Daily, right now for this presentation, I like to, because of the time of the day and the amount of time that has passed, 5 minutes for the intraday and then the trusty 15-minute over here. Now, when it's the open, I'd say probably for at least the first, or at least as long as I can stay on 1 minute candles off the open, that's typically what I'm going to do. But right now, I've shifted my 1 minute time frame to a 5. All right, Circle, do I have a blog that lists all the latest updates? Now, are you referring to the release notes for the versions of Trade Ideas that get released, or are you just talking my personal stuff? Because we do have release notes that come out for every TI release, production and beta. And of course, you can read those right off the website. But as far as my personal trading, Barry's got his own website and whatnot. I'm not near as advanced, or let's just say evolved as that, to have something like that set up, if that's what you did mean. So feel free to clarify there, Circle. Yes, sir, I am. I am what I am, but I'm not really sure what you're agreeing or saying yes to. Ah, okay. Well, that's been bandied about a little bit. Of course, something like that takes an immense amount of effort. Um, but good idea. Not saying that that won't happen. Always a possibility. All right, interesting what we see coming through here. Just this Getty. Because why? Because Getty's been on this huge run for, I'm not even going to bother to, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. If we count that little double-sided top right there, 11 up days in a row. 11 seems to be the magic number because now it's peeling off considerably. I did not trade this one today, but came down here, put lows in, took the nice little bounce that most stocks are going to do. Takes the bounce, comes back up, revisits this area, and then boom, good for another 20 cents on the short side. But like I said, I have not traded this one. MPW. Traded this one right up here earlier today. And of course, it had to play nasty. All of a sudden you're up a good little amount of pennies, 3 cents, all the way back to break even. And now it's releasing again. And let's just do the berry shuffle here. If we look left, what do we see? Nothing, because MPW is in the hole, circling the drain, whatever you want to call it. Not only yearly lows, but all-time lows. So those are always fun. However, they can present some of the most fierce bounces that you'll ever see in a stock. So when you're playing these guys, you got to really have your I's dotted and your T's crossed as far as risk management goes. Well, thank you, Leanne. I will keep that in mind as well. And Marty's talking about IRBT. Let's take a peek. Is that one on my, I can't remember if that one's on my list or not. No, no Urbit there. Well, this little guy kind of reminds me of, it's not exactly Dawn of the Dead-y. Well, actually, when we zoom out a lot, it does look pretty Dawn of the Dead-ish. Of course, the zombie came to life, went back to sleep, but waking up, having a big day yesterday, trying to hold this 20 period moving average, and not too crazy. So if it gets a little steam, might want to this level right here is what my rudimentary technical skills would go to. Good close. Of course, this is a low floater. As we can see down here, there's only not quite 27 million shares in the float for IRBT, but definitely getting perky here. So if the volume comes back in, which right now it's pretty lackluster, only 36% of normal on the 5, only looking at 0.5, a little over half on relative volume. But, might want to go sideways here for a few days and then go test these levels. Da, da, da. Yeah, and circle. So let me just show you, if you, let me just get our web page up here. So if you come over to our new gorgeous website and you click on download, and then we can see the production with all the latest release notes here. Scroll on down. When we do have a beta, you'll see the release notes for the beta as well. So that's where you can get all the latest tweaks and updates to either the production version or the beta. Yeah, in Circle, it's still hard to keep up with all the changes as well. Okay, Irma, hello. What's my take on pins? Okay. Ah, the website must have got me. I need to get my other login plugged in, as Barry was discussing earlier. Come on, give it back. There you go. All right, now let's look at pins. Okay. All right, so after this nice little downturn here, tested that 200 period moving average that we see over here, you know, stayed below it for a couple of days. Yesterday, got a little perky, and then we had a gap up today. I'm not really sure what the news was. Stock trade is up, surge. Definitely not an earnings play. So just some news that the market perceived as good caused the gap up today. Now, notice the top over here and notice where it put the brakes on right here. Because when we look left, just got right up to this little area of congestion. If, if the buyers stay resilient, I mean, once again, a couple different scenarios that could play out here. We could go sideways here for a couple of days, eventually test this level, and then make this area our new home. And then once we get, totally bullish case, if we did, you know, go sideways here, attack this level, this is the level to contend with, this next little range right here. And of course, if it did get above there, have a few strong closes above that level, well, then it would appear that anywhere up here would be fair game. Now, if we just kind of zoom out and take a peek at the weekly, then you're probably going to see I'll move this line up a little bit. It's going to move it to the top of that range there. So you'll see from the weekly, it's trying, but we definitely need to close above, let's just say 28.50 for more bullish confirmation there. Where did I think I accidentally killed my AI window, so give me a second here. And I was just noticing that pins was an AI trade up here. It looks like as soon as it got purchased, it took a little header down and got stopped out pretty quick. Seems like the AI here lately is either having a very impressive up day or the same to the downside. So 2 trades today from the AI, both longs, and not doing too good today, but see what happens tomorrow. Different platform for charting. Maybe I raise the chart. Yeah, I mean, it can get pretty pricey there, Circle. And, I have access to other charts, but I've stuck to my TI charts, and I gotta say, they're snapping pretty good these days. Our coding people have been working extremely hard on the backside to get the charts faster, and looks like they have succeeded. No problem, Irma. Glad to help. All right, so I think, all right, let's see. Al's asking how to change the color of horizontal line in the drawing. Okay, so let's just get a horizontal line here. And by default, just like an arrow, right? If I put an arrow up here, it's going to also be orange by default. But if I click on the arrow, then go to properties, It's been a while, so I might have lost where the well, it's been so long since I messed with this one. I could have swore. I seem to be drawing a blank here. Ah, okay. Silly me. Okay. So annotation colors. Now, okay. Hello, brain. Okay. So that's what we do. And so the same thing should work here. Go back to markup, annotation color. If we select blue, then we should now see the line term. That one didn't work. Hold on. Okay, well, it worked for the arrow. It should work here. Okay, just took a couple of clicks. Okay, but you can see the line is now a gross color of blue, and I kind of don't like that color, so I'm just gonna click on it and hit delete, and it goes away. Click here, click delete, and it goes away. Okay, Al, so let me know if that computed with you. So anytime we have a arrow or a line that we want to change the color, we get that little crosshair, we right click, we go back to markup, and then we select annotation color, select the color, and see sometimes it doesn't stick, which is a little annoying. Okay, that one worked, but you see, okay, and there you have it. So hopefully that makes sense to you. All right, Espresso, can you set separate alert sounds for separate strategies in a multi-strategy window? Okay, well, let's just take this multi-strat window here and let's just right click and explore here. And we're going to go to properties and actions. Okay. Now this is going to be universal. All right. So anytime anything comes out of here, we would hear one of these sounds. So notice if I right click and go to strategies, and then I go into, notice there's no properties here, right? So, and it's not going to be in here, right? So it's universal when you're using a multi-strat window. Now, having said that, what you could do if you wanted certain sounds for certain strategies here, you could have those alert windows all in this container. So you only have to watch one container because that was the original concept of the multi-strat window. alerts that aren't going absolutely blotto, you just throw them in here. That way you save screen space. You don't have to watch 4. You can only watch 1. But if you really wanted different sounds for different alerts, you could duplicate independent, you could just pop these out, make a duplicate of these strategies and free floating alert windows. And you could, because if it's in here or if it's free floating, they're going to go off at the exact same time. So what you could do is assign separate sounds to the individual alert windows and then minimize those and only watch this one. That way you could get those unique sounds per each alert window that you wanted. So let me know if that makes sense, Espresso. Well, that's a good question, Al. So let me do that one more time because sometimes it sticks on the first one, sometimes it does not. So I just threw another horizontal line up here. So we have to get it to where right where those little arrows come up right there. Then right click, then go back to markup, annotation color. Let's see if it does it on the first one this time. And see, it didn't do it for some reason. So let's try it again. And I don't know, it's sticky. Okay, so I'm gonna once I get this little arrow, I'm gonna left click, then I'm gonna right click, then I'm gonna go to markup, annotation color. Come on. Okay, that seemed to do it. By getting the arrow, left clicking, then then left click, right click, markup. Let's change it to yellow. Okay, that seems to do it. We get the arrow, we left click, then we right click. That seems to keep it in line or keep it from losing focus, I guess. Okay, Al. So on your next question regarding the chart, I think you can scroll left and right either by using your mouse wheel or the arrow keys on your keyboard. But if you want to compress, if I hold down control and then use the mouse wheel, see how it compresses and zooms out? Go the other way. Let me zoom back in. Same with the daily up here. Oops. If I hold control and use the mouse wheel, I compress, expand going the other way. And you can use the mouse wheel or your right left arrow key. So let me know if that gets it done for you. Yeah, okay. So you got the gist of it, Espresso. Just create those free floating versions of the ones you have in your multi-strat window, assign sounds, and minimize them. All right, let's check in on this little piggy. Okay, good, good, good. Um, this is an open position I have. Short right here. I think just a hair under 24. And of course, get into the money and then right back to break even. But hey, we've seen this movie before. No need to panic. Stick to the stop and, you know, we're probably good. Hey, Raj. Okay. What parameters can be used to find stocks steadily rising from the beginning of the year? And I'm assuming you're the fiscal beginning. Janvier 1? Let's see here. You know what? I would be more inclined to create a list. All right, let's just paste in some kind of random basic filters. Don't really know, what your preferences might be. I tell you what, since we're just kind of doing some an exploratory mission here, let's just go really vanilla on the filters. Let's just say got to kick at 300,000 a day as a minimum. And then what we're going to do, okay, so here's the deal with what you're asking. It'd be percent up, at what point, I guess when you say a stock that has been steadily rising from the beginning of the year, you know, there's a lot of detail in there that we could fill in. It has to be up, you know, do you only want to see things that are, what's the worst thing you want to see? Something that is right at its low from January 1 or slightly above? Or, because if you're saying it, well, it's got to be going up consistently since the first of the year. Well, define consistently. How do we define steadily, right? Is that 0.5% a day? Is that 2% a day? Um, because if I'm just trying to think, where do you start? Okay, I only want to see things that are up X amount on the year thus far. Because how do we know it's going to continue to steadily rise? So therein lies the tricky part, right? How do you define that? Because we can easily identify where it is in its year range, but when we're talking about steadily rising, we're talking about change, right? So, here we could use, okay, it has to be up a minimum of 5% from the beginning of the year. Otherwise, I don't want to see it, right? Yeah, but see, here's the thing, Raj, is 2% a day. There is, it's not like we can go back and track exactly. We could say change in previous day, right? To see what the change was yesterday, because we tracked that. But then, how would we go back and go, okay, now I want to see change the day before, and the day before that, and the day before that, right? Yeah, and see, that's a very good point, 7-7, who said, what about using the score rating greater than 75 and some other parameters? And see, that is the nature of the score and the strength alerts that we send out every Monday, along with the trade of the week, is these are some of the most technically strong patterns that are out there, right? And that's really what we look for here. Um, so, circling back around to your question once again, Raj, if you're looking for solid swing trade opportunities, um, it's kind of hard to beat the strength alerts, which are using our proprietary scoring system, which blends fundamentals as well as technical aspects, right? It's a pretty unique thing in the investment community, trading community. All right, Michael. CLF. Let's take a gander here. All right, so we recently tested, you know, this little area back here. Looks like it held up pretty good. Also, kind of, flirting with this area back here. But clearly, this time, that area acted as some support there. And now we've just got the moving average, the 10 and the 20. Got that little armpit sandwich there. So areas of interest right here. And of course, this little bit right here. So once again, why do I keep closing? How does that even happen? There it is. Okay. So we could get a few more days sideways here. If it gets really frisky, gets a close above this level here, well, then it could march along, for a good while or not. Sometimes these moves take days. Sometimes they surprise you and happen quicker than you think. But we'll definitely have to see, how much supply is at these levels right here. And then if you get a close above that level on the daily, well, then we have this area to contend with right here and the approaching 50 period moving average as well. Putting in a nice little day today, up 1.78%, but these are definitely the areas of interest right here. So, Raj, I haven't forgotten about your topic there because there's different ways to. There's not going to be a way to get exactly what you want, um, but you can start by saying, okay, the change. We could say, okay, change in 1 year. It has to be up a minimum of, you know, point 0.1. Of course, this is dollars. I thought I was loading up the percent value, but whether you use dollars or percent with a small thing there, that's just going to mean that it's okay. Um, the stock is up at least something, and if we use the percentage value, we could say, okay, only show us things that are up a minimum of 1% or higher. At least that's going to tell you, hey, this stock is up. And then if you wanted to get a little bit more granular, well, then you could say, what comes to mind when we're talking about something being up several days in a row? Well, that takes me immediately to consecutive days up, right? Because there's not a, I mean, a stock might go on a large winning streak, 5, 10, 15, 20 consecutive green days in a row, but eventually they're going to take their pullback, right? So, you know, you're going to be hard pressed to find a stock that's consistently going up every single day. But this could definitely probably help you find some candidates and say, okay, it's got to, and I'm just picking these numbers at random. Of course, it takes a little tweaking and exploring to finally get something that you think might help you. Well, I forgot volume. We'll just take a smooth out average for this one. Okay, and I see Raj FDX as an example. So let me just put this on hold for a second. Okay, so going back to January, right about here, yeah, somewhere in there. So yeah, it's up nicely on the year. What is that? That's February 1. So right here, okay, we'll just drop a line there. Okay, So that was roughly 183-ish, 185, let's say. So it's up a nice 100 points, right? The question is, where, w- at the first of the year, I'm just trying to figure out how much, when it's in this little area right here, 195, it wasn't up 10%, but it was slightly positive, right? But if you're looking for them in retrospect, right? And then we just come back over and find the consecutive and really just show the column and take a peek. Of course, these are going to be relatively, recent. And it's easy to see, the ones that we, FedEx, it's easy to see looking back that it was, fits your definition of consistently going up. But there's no way to tell if that's going to happen before the fact, right? Okay, so FDX2, let's just take a look at the market cap here because, if we say, okay, minimum market cap, 50 billion. Because we're just going to see way too many things in here. And you could have this for the bigger guys and the smaller ones. Okay, that really whacked the list down good there when I put 50 billion in there. And if we look back right around the first of the year, I mean, Vail didn't hold up too well. Mitsubishi and Sumitomo Mitsu. So, looks like we whacked the list down a little too much there, but we could always say, okay, we need a few more things to look at. Taking the market cap down to 30 billion, added a few more names. Some say the market represents the economy. Yeah, when I see that opinion trading in the garbage, started. Yeah. The market's not the economy. The economy, it's all. Who has the quote? Line up all the economists at the bottom of the ocean, or something like that. That is true, Circle. The above all moving averages, Raj, might be of interest to you. So let me show you that one. I'd been meaning to watch one below uh, all moving averages. Above all major SMAs, and I believe it's just 10, 20, 50, and 200, but let's confirm. 10, 20, 50, 200. Also, it's got to be no lower than the bottom 10% of its year range. And some decent volume requirements in there, 500,000 a day. So these are also going to be technically strong because Look at the moving averages, clearly above, you know, boy, this guy had his day in the sun today, but if you thought yesterday, you're like, hey, SCS, steel case, man, it looks tight right here. I could get long at 880 any time yesterday and use 850 as a stop down to this 50 period. And then you woke up to a nice gap. Sometimes you get lucky. We always take those when they happen. Of course, the other side of that coin is sometimes you know, even though this looks strong from a technical perspective, sometimes news or something of that nature comes out, takes it the other way. But this is perfect, looks really good as a swing trade, sitting on, the 10 and the 20 with the 50 and the 200, and then bam, we get a gap up. Nice surprise. And look at this little jam up before yesterday. Of course, today, above all moving averages. Very interesting. Seems like a common theme here. Okay, so I'm going to drop this one into the chat in case you want to take a look at it, Raj. Okay, and to what I was alluding to there, the flip version. Okay. So the colors don't change, but we don't really care about that because this is what we're looking for. Things that are really weak, right? Put the brakes on at the 50. Boom, boom, boom. Now it's below. Below there. That's just hanging out. There's a technical pattern. I forget what the setup is. I'm sure this is not it, but it reminds me of I think they called it the abandoned baby. Just out here all by itself. Which reminds me of Neo yesterday. And I just have to ramble a little bit about this one yesterday. Okay. So let's consult the 15 here. All right. So Neo, big gap down. I believe they're going to raise money again. Was the gap down from yesterday. So, sellers jam it down in the first 10 minutes, take it from 961 down to 904, which is a pretty big move for that little stock. But then it puts in the bottom right here. And then buyers and sellers become equal as they hash it out. But when it went down to 9, I started going sideways there. Then what was my mission from that point in time? Okay, let it do what it's going to do. Let it tell you. But if that 9 bid gets exposed again, and sure enough, there was like a gargantuan bid there. But guess what? Boom, boom, boom. Slowly but surely, it starts getting pecked out, and then plenty of time to make a nice clean entry right at the whole number and see what happens. And you can see here what happened. I mean, it was just intense selling, taking this thing down about a quarter, right? In 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In 25 minutes, we got a 25-cent move out of Neo. Nice and clean. And perfect setup, beautiful short. Good news is it was actually shortable, right? So perfect low dollar, highly liquid scalp on this one. You can see it gave a little bit more opportunity the latter half of the day. And then we're having a little gap up and kind of flatlining exactly where we were yesterday. But really good opportunity in Neo, even today when it was down here. And I think the low of that candle, 67 or so. You know, the pre-market range was pretty telling today, so I don't think I have it on here. Okay, so once again, breach this pre-market level. Boom, close the wick. What is that? What did that tell me as a trader? Well, they breached the pre-market range and it wouldn't stick. And boy, those buyers were tough down there. So cover your short. And if it's not clear in this one bid, what should you do? That thing held up like a steel wall. Okay, well, I guess when I cover here, I'm gonna go ahead and flip a couple of entries long, and then we can see exactly what happened. Came up here and breached that pre-market level, and just boom, 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 cranked it on up past 9 again, then back down. So huge opportunity yesterday, good opportunity today. We'll see what Neo has in store. I think it's gonna more than likely pull something similar to Tilray. You know, when they announce they're going to raise more money, this always happens. Look how many days it took Tilray to get out of it. 526 to 726. So 2 months. 2 months down here. Then something good happened, and then boom, 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 back to the races. Is that what's going to happen to Neo here? Unknown, but we shall see. Who knows how many days it's going to chop around here? Then one day it'll either be down here or back into this territory. Okay, good, Raj. SCS report earning. Let's see, is that why it's up? Today is the 20th. So yeah, they reported yesterday at the close. So I'm assuming whether they were good or bad from a numerical standpoint, the market is translating them as good. Okay, take a look at PAGS, a Brazilian stock. Speaking of Brazilian stocks, it was fun trading them when the all that some kind of Brazil stuff was happening. I don't know, end of last year. I can't remember, but I typically stay away from these because they just move so differently. Now, from a swing perspective, treat them just like everything else. No debt. Do I have debt here? I don't think I have it on there, but let's just throw it up there for giggles. Current debt. Okay. No debt in Brazil. You talking about the company, Michael? Not having any. Oh, wait. It's because I got it on the wrong symbol somehow. Okay, on PAGS it's saying 2.16 billion. Okay, Trevor. The MACD alerts, haven't looked at those in a while. Yeah, we don't have it on the daily, just these smaller time frames. Sorry about that. Would I buy Neo now? Well, there's just from a rudimentary standpoint. I mean, I'm seeing what it's doing here from strictly a chart perspective, right? Um, Now, if I had all my trading software open and was reading the tape, seeing, hey, are they hitting these bids with ferocity, or does it just look like you know, does what I'm seeing here translate into what I would see on the time and sales in the order book? You know, I'd have to have a little bit more granular take on that. Right now, if I'm not looking at any of that stuff, it looks like it might hold up here and take a little bump uh, back up, 3 or 4 cents. Looks like it's holding up so far. Um, I'm just throwing out hypotheticals there. I can't say whether I would or I wouldn't without seeing more detail. And that would just be simply watching the bids and seeing if are they stacked with, a gazillion shares, and are they even hitting the bids, or is every print going off in the middle at the half penny? Little nuances like that. Yes, Trevor, on the MACD, that's only in alert form. It won't show up in a top list. So you just right click in yield alert window, go to the search tab, and you can see all the MACD offerings here. 5 minute, above signal, below signal, and above zero, and then cross below zero on all of these time frames. 60, largest, 5 minute, smallest. Place value, so the stock has moved up and might be a back. Well, the stock has moved up. So we could do something like this. You said on the 15. Okay, so on the 15 is starting to cross below. Are you talking about starting to cross above the signal, Trevor? Because when you say starting to cross, the system we can only define, hey, is it crossing or has it crossed, right? So if you start using this alert, you might notice, oh, it's late, because that's the wait for the cross. Some might, the timing might not be right. It might have moved too far once that cross occurred, and then some you'll find that are just right. So just keep that in mind. But if 15 crossed above is the one you were um, saying, then if you wanted to make sure that it hadn't moved too much in the past 15-minute period, then you could cap that, right? So if we use the 15-minute MACD crossed above signal for the alert, and then we cruised over here and found the change filter for 15 minutes, we could say, okay, but don't show any stocks that have moved, well, more than 1% in the prior 15-minute candle. Yeah, Trevor, that's I see your last comment there, and that's a nuance that we as traders can only watch for, assuming the filter or the exact filter alert is not available, which this is the case here. Um, so a window like this either crossed above or below the MACD level, then you would just pull it up and see if that pattern is forming the way you like to see it, if that makes sense to you. And of course, you'll just have to get in there and play around with different versions and see which one is more accommodating for what you're trying to find. Everybody laughs at trading sub-penny stocks, but boy, sometimes when you get in tune with these, like this Mulan, which of course is one of the casualties of the electric vehicle craze. Believe it or not, this thing is shortable, and you can get some really good moves out of it. I'm sure what happened here is a huge offer came in and just took it down. Okay. What do we got here? I'm just trying to figure out if there was something I was going to talk about that I failed to do. Yeah, other than the Neo and traded a little Spice yesterday. It's just been in this mode where it'll grind down to 90 cents and then all the way back up to 2 and then all the way back down to 90. How long is it going to do that? Don't know. But as long as I'm in the chair and I see it at these levels, I'm sure going to take a stab at it.
Jamie.
Hey, Barry.
I
I was just looking at Mike. I must not like Pag's chart. Well,
Michael Anthony, you ask that question every week.
according to our little conversation previously, I didn't know if you were talking about the company not having any debt. But as far as the chart itself, I didn't really, take a gander at it. I was just looking at that question you had about the debt. It's just kind of down here in the doldrums, right? Looks like this level is acting as pretty good support, cycling down. Had a little date with the 200 period. The 200 period said, "You're not going anywhere, buddy." Pulled out its hammer and knocked it back down. So it looks like it's been cycling up, cycling down, and it's down cycle now. But if I was long this thing, then this would be my, probably right underneath that green candle would be where my stop would be. I am
Hey,
neutral.
Jamie.
Yes, Barry.
You were talking about Brazil.
Mm-hmm.
And take a look at AZUL. Or sorry,
Azul.
AZUL.
Oh, today, yeah.
Today.
Uh-huh.
So this is one of those classic ones. Well, I find it classic. So, I do in my pre-market, what I do is I take a look at the upgrades and downgrades.
Yep.
And Goldman Sachs upgraded this to $18.30. And this was, this is pre-market. This is when it was sitting at, $8.50.
Mm-hmm.
And we can laugh about Goldman Sachs and anybody else, all those analysts, but sometimes, especially when I see an upgrade that looks almost wacky, especially if it's from a Goldman Sachs, not some, I guess analyst I've never heard of.
Yeah.
But look at the move. Look
Mm-hmm.
at the move it made, and that's the only reason. There's no other news on it other than the Goldman Sachs upgrade.
Well, yeah, and if anybody's going to make comments and move a name, it's Goldman. I mean, they are the king vampire squid. Mm-hmm.
Hey, Squid Games is coming out soon.
I've never seen that. I've
heard
I heard all the
Do you-
blah, blah, blah about it, but never
Do
actually
you like
watched
mayhem? Do you like gore? Do you like violence? Do you like?
I'm not really a horror. I'm always like a good monster movie if it's the right kind.
Oh, I would. It's not. It's not like that. It's not really a monster movie. It's not a horror movie. It's just interesting challenges that end up in death. How's that?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So, but anyway, it was out of Korea, of course. So wild success, and so Squid Games 2 is going to come out.
And it was banned in North Korea and all that.
Probably.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. Probably.
Of course, anything fun is banned in North Korea, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Fun. They've banned fun there. No fun.
No fun. Well, okay, Jamie. Listen, it's 10:56. I'm glad it's 12:56. So Eastern time, of course. If you want to take off, you can. Or if you want to hang around for another 3 minutes and you
Well,
talk about MULN. Now, when you said, first of all, I was having a drink of water and almost did a little spit uptake or whatever it's called,
on the
outtake
Mulan,
spits. Yeah, because I thought you said sub penny, but you meant sub dollar.
sub
I
dollar,
thought you said,
yes, sub.
oh, I thought you said
Yeah,
sub
yeah.
penny.
I have no desire to trade a sub penny stock.
Yeah, right. And I knew MULN was, under $1, but I thought, oh my gosh, are you telling me it's under 1 cent now?
No, no, no,
But
no.
no, 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 no. But yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, so Barry, I know you're kind of like me in regards to liking to short stocks that
Mm-hmm.
are at all-time lows, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the MPW presented some pretty good opportunity. Um,
Which
because
which one was that?
the Mary Paul Wilson that you see up here.
Mary Paul. Oh, MPW. Yes. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not. I don't have your screen up. I'm just listening to
Ah,
you.
okay, I gotcha. Um,
MPW. Oh yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So, we were taking a look at the Andy top list of above all moving averages,
Mm-hmm.
but the below all moving averages present some pretty good stocks that I'm probably going to compile a list of because they're also in the hole, most of them.
Right. Now, somebody asked you about why not using just the composite rating. So I know we go down to 30. So why wouldn't you just maybe, because in theory, the composite rating is supposed to, if it's very bad, it's supposed to be below all the moving averages, and on top of that, horrible fundamentals. So why
Correct.
wouldn't you maybe just do that instead of
Well, yeah,
actually
that
looking
was
to?
Raj's that was Raj's topic,
Hmm.
trying to find stocks that have consistently gone up since the beginning of the year, right?
Right.
But then it's easy to look back and see, oh, well, these things have done it, but you know, uh, compiling
Yeah.
a list of that versus just look. I mean, you could also say, okay, well, they have to be up X amount on the year, obviously, but what's the magic number? No more than 10%, or no, it had to be up at least 5% or higher. And then that just kind of spiraled into the topic of, well, that's kind of what the composite rating is for, right?
Hmm.
It's showing us I mean, that's incorporated into uh, the swing picks, and I mean the strength
Hmm.
plays and trade of the week sometimes, but not all the time. Um, so that's
I'm sorry. Well, I would almost say, I think because I was talking about this yesterday, maybe Raj even heard or whoever was, you mentioned it, because you could look at that and no, just because it might have a 95 score, which is, almost the best you can do, it may not be tradable today for some reason. It may be dropping today.
true.
So, maybe you put a price alert on a pullback at some, I don't know, moving average that you like, or some price
Yep.
on the chart, like on a daily chart or a weekly chart, that if it pulled back there, it's still a strong stock, but it's just pulled back maybe to a low of a week or a low of a few days, and then take a look at it as okay, a strong stock that pulled back. Maybe now's the time to buy it.
Well, that reminds me of what Michael Noss was talking about the other day on the anchored VWAP
Hmm.
and then pull back to the 200-day moving average.
Right.
Ooh, see, I like that.
Sorry, what do you like?
Pull back. Okay, so anchor VWAP above the
Yeah.
anchored VWAP, or I think it was an anchor VWAP, but a pullback to the 200 period moving average.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Which, hey, look, WMG pulled back to its 200-day moving average, but so far it's not acting as support. It's acting as, well, could be resistance before the day is through. I just
Yeah,
randomly
31.26. Yeah, I
looked
see
up
that.
that one.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, well.
All
Okay,
right,
my
my friend.
friend.
Well, I think it's time to mix up my various
Your
nutraceuticals and drink my protein shake.
nutraceuticals. I love it. I always learn
Yeah.
a new word, even if it's made up. I always
Oh,
think
it's not made up, Barry. It's a real word.
a nutraceutical is not made up. Okay, I'll have to write that down and I'll
Nutraceutical.
Google it.
Uh-huh.
And I can understand what it means, but I've never heard a phrase before.
I'm pretty sure. Hold on, let me make sure I didn't mix two words. Nutraceutical.
Like a nutritional pharmaceutical.
A nutraceutical is a pharmaceutical alternative which claims physiological benefits.
There we go. And I didn't even have to look it up. I mean, it made sense.
And remember, kids, don't forget to take your nutraceuticals.
That's right. Okay, James, thanks again for spelling me for the hour. We'll see you next week.
All righty, man. We'll see you on the flip side, Barry. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye. All right, guys, I'm taking over there, back in the main room. Get rid of my announcement. And get my music going, and then I'm set to go. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I mean, the SEC, I don't know why I have it. I think I'm thinking the SEC, the football or the conference. The SCS, I think it needs, for me anyway, it needs to be dropping a little bit further. Okay. I know I mentioned that it's short, but I think it gets into the low 80s. First of all, let's check okay, there's the VWAP, number one. So it's below the VWAP, 1095. So that's number one. So that's good if we're going to short. You can almost say, okay, if you took, like, I wouldn't mind taking the short right around here, 1083. I'm going to stick an alert. That's the low. If it takes out that low, maybe take the short there, and then you put your stop near the VWAP. That'd be about a 12-cent stop. Where could it go down to? Well, if I look down here, 982, that's certainly, if I have a 12-cent stop, can I make 24 cents if I get in here? If I subtract 24 from that, that is going to be what, 1060? Yeah. So, I mean, it's got a shot, certainly a 1 for 2. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure when it's coming out, Brian. I just know that it is coming out. They definitely said they're going to come out with Squid Games too. I might have jumped the gun. I've been reading about it though. So yeah, so while I was on my break, yeah. So again, guys, you know what? We had a nice day when ARM came out. Fabulous day for it to be an IPO. Not so fabulous now, though, right? KVYO and CART. I mean, they're turning into just blah IPOs. I mean, remember, yeah, I don't even know how many shares it would have traded up at almost 40, but the thing is that yeah, it comes out at 30, but not a tremendous amount of enthusiasm. I mean, it's been selling off, just like CART yesterday. So wow, Raj, which one were? Oh, it might not have been you. I was talking about, it wasn't a stock. I was talking about the stock composite rating. It might not have been you. Somebody in our, well, unless that's you, were you in the YouTube room too? Rajiv, was that you too? Not you too. Oh, it wasn't. Okay. Okay. So, well, no, we were talking about finding strong stocks. Okay. So, yeah, you could construct a scan in which everything was above, say, the 10, the 20, the 50, and the 200 SMA on the daily chart. Or if you want to find weak stocks, below all those. But why not just use our stock composite rating, and maybe start at 80 or 85? Because the higher that number is, the lowest it can be is 30. Okay. So 80 would be very high, 100 would be the highest. But let's just say you used 85 for a stock composite rating to find stocks they would almost for sure be above all those moving averages. But in addition to that, they would have strong fundamentals. So usually positive earnings per share, perhaps our quarter upon quarter revenue growth, things like that. It's a combination of strong fundamentals and technicals. So I was just saying, instead of trying to construct something that, I mean, it's not hard to do. You to have a custom formula. that showed you above all the moving averages. But why do that when probably putting 85 or so in the stock composite rating would show all that plus strong fundamentals? And then what I was saying is that, okay, you'll see those stocks today. They may not be moving higher, but maybe they're moving lower. Doesn't mean they're garbage stocks. Maybe you watch those sort of stocks, maybe to pull back to something that you like. Maybe a low on a weekly chart, or a low on a daily chart, or maybe even to a moving average, maybe to a moving average, things like that. Oh, that was the conversation in our YouTube room, and it was somebody by the name of Raj, and I thought, what that, so that's why I said Raj, but obviously it wasn't you. Yeah, so I can give this to you. I mean, we looked at it yesterday, load from cloud, composite. Okay, load it. Now I think this was the one on the way down. Yeah, these are ones that are very weak. Okay, but all I have to do, if you want the ones that are strong, I'm going to change this. I'll change this to 85. Okay, a stock composite rating of 85 minimum. I'll get rid of this. Now you can also use this, of course, to see the weak stocks. Put maybe a max of 50 and see what you get. But let's take a look at 85. And this is the price range I've got, 1 in 200, minimum of 100,000 shares. So, and it's a top list, and it's sorted on the ones that are the highest. Oops, there we go. These are the ones that are the highest. So we saw this ATVI yesterday. Of course, this is the potential buyout by Microsoft. Okay, so this is obviously way above all the moving averages. But this is a buyout. I wouldn't look at that one. But let's take a look at Ares as an example. ARES. So this is having a tremendous day. It's an all-time high. But you might say to yourself, I don't want to chase it necessarily. But what if it pulled back to, I don't know, 105, 104? This right there. So you maybe set an alert, or you chase it today. I mean, of course, it's completely up to you or anybody who's listening to me. But this is going to show you stocks. I don't have the financial data here, but you could construct a single stock window that was loaded with financial data. So stuff like, let me just go to, there we go. So categories, so fundamentals. So this is, well, market cap and shares outstanding probably are not, but maybe you want held by insiders, held by institutions, cash on hand, current. I mean, I don't get into any of this, so don't ask me any of this. But these are all of the financial fundamentals that we've got. So my feeling is that anything like on a 94, these will all have to be pretty positive for it to be there, as an example. Okay. No, I know it's not a done deal. I know it's not a done deal. I'm just saying though, but that's why it's up here. With this thing with Microsoft, not a done deal. It's been a done deal many, many days. People thinking it's a done deal. So yes, I can share this. Let me save this again. So again, for those of you looking for swing trades, and you're looking for strong stocks in a swing trade, you might want to take a look at this because and you just sort of go through them on the list, and if it's a too big of a list, you can make that stock composite minimum make it 90, or up the number of shares. I mean, but what I would do is I would just cycle through them, just click on the alerts, see what they look like on a chart, and maybe you want to wait for a pullback to maybe a VWAP or a moving average or something. A lot of ways to play it. Now let's see if shares are available yet for KVYO. They weren't at the beginning. See if there's been some short covering. Not yet. No shares available for me yet at Interactive Brokers. You notice how SCS is trading right around the VWAP, right? Somebody asked a question, I think, in our YouTube room earlier. I think, was it you? Who was it that asked the question? Ah, was it you, Marty? I can't remember anymore. We were talking about the VWAP. Yeah, it was you, Marty. So yeah, so look at S. So, so you made a really, really good. I know how to trade, but too many darn styles to choose from, and that's the key. So when you say you know how to trade, I don't. What do you mean by that? You mean you know how to execute an order? You know how to maybe read a chart? If you're still in the room, Marty. But yeah, I mean, you have to come up with a trading plan. You can call it a style or a trading plan. If you show up on Tuesdays and listen to Michael Noss, I mean, I could never do his trading plan because I'm not a swing trader, and I don't think I could handle only being right 30% of the time. Even though, and being able to hold on to that one that does, he talked about ELF as an example, ELF going from 14 to 140. I don't think I could hold on. It's just not my personality. But that's his style. I mean, so that is not to say that's a bad style or plan, but you have to find a plan that matches your personality. I could not handle being right and wrong 70% of the time, even if and trying to be right 30% of the time and have one of those that I'm right in really be a rocket ship. It's very but that it has to match your personality, your trading style. Okay, so the risk management for okay, so understand the concept of risk management, only having, what your risk is going to be if you lose, if the trade doesn't work. Well, you know what, Marty, I mean, you can try around the VWAP, just see. I mean, it'll be a nice defined number. You know what the VWAP number is, and that scan that I gave you that showing you stocks above the VWAP, you could also turn it around to show you stocks below the VWAP, but close to it. And who knows, maybe, you'll only see a few stocks a day, which is really what you want. You don't want to be inundated with, clicking on 200 symbols a day, trying to figure out, well, which was the right one or the good one. But you have to start somewhere. You can start it in our simulator. I mean, I think you've been around for a while, and I know it's frustrating sometimes to, you've been around a while and you think, man, why can't, this Trade Ideas is a great program, but I can't figure out how to trade any of them. So CVS, you guys have been talking about CVS. Well, this can't be the news. I mean, this is something that came out in the pre-market. All right, guys, SCS looks interesting now. So why don't we do this? Okay, and let's put a stop just over the VWAP. VWAP is 1095, so let's put a stop around 1097. Okay, Well, then Marty, then that VWAP scan or top list that I gave you could be more your style because it's not breaking out. You're just waiting. You now have stocks that are right around the VWAP, and you can put price alerts just like I did here. You could put price alerts on top, above, because you don't know which way it's going to break. Just because it's a little bit above, the VWAP could hold it and it could bounce off it, or it could go through the VWAP. So just put price alerts underneath. I'm sorry, put price alerts below and above the VWAP, and then just forget about it. Okay, and then you don't have to stare at it. You can do it with all those. They're not all going to look wonderful. I would probably try something like that and use the simulator, just like I did here. Okay, just like I did here. Now it could stall right there. It could stall at 1066. The Battle of Hastings. It could stall right there. Okay, guys. Speaking of this, I'm 118. So I definitely want to be I want to be obviously at 2 o'clock, about 5 to 2. I'll put up a spy chart, 1 minute spy chart. We are on FOMC day with the double dose. Okay, the double dose. So we have the release at 2 o'clock. We'll have a lot of action on the spy for 5 minutes, and then we can do it all over again at 2:30 when they really discuss it. And Mr. Powell has to answer questions, or will take some questions, so that can really influence the market also. Okay, guys. So what I'm going to do is I'll just get my announcement in. Okay, guys. So I'm muting myself now. All right, guys, I am back. Take a look at Ford. I know I'm just hearing that in Canada, anyway, I guess they've come to an agreement with a union in Canada. Nobody can, well, somebody out there probably knows, but nobody in this room has been able to come up with a reason for this, what's happening with CVS. I can't see anything in Interactive Brokers. Here are my headlines. I don't see anything. But this is, this is 8:37. This is nothing that's in the 8:37 Eastern time. So that is nothing that I can see at 1 o'clock for a big drop with CVS. Why what, Michael Anthony? Why what? Oh, I see. Wow. So who is so is there a public company that does anything with that Neuralink? Ori, sorry. VHNA. I almost everything I own. Let's see if I'm right. Yeah, okay. I was gonna say everything I own. This is a blank check. This is another SPAC. We haven't seen this one for a while. So today, it's his day. It's its day. And boy, we're getting this crazy SPAC stuff again. So here is our potential open. Okay, 12:45 on the halt. This is for VHNA. 1740. I mean, again, this doesn't have to hold, of course. 121.24. So this is going to be more than a 5-minute halt. So this could be a 10-minute halt. If you were in this one, you want this to open. You don't want to see that price sliding back down to the halt price. And again, this nothing to do with trade ideas. This blue screen you see here, this is Interactive Brokers, time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay. All right, guys. I don't know. Does JC Penney still trade? I don't think so, but type it in. JC Penney. I don't think it trades anymore. Nope. Let me just type in penny. Doesn't look like it. They went kaput many years ago. This one I saw had a downgrade this morning. NCNO. No, 2 o'clock, Steely. We've got another half an hour, 31 minutes. 2 o'clock Eastern time. That's when the fun begins, and then at 2:30. So you heard my answer, right? No, it's another half an hour. Believe me, you're going to get some action on the SPY at 2 o'clock. Well, Sava, I mean, if you're the volume coming into Sava, guys, and it's got room, it does have room, but this is such an emotional stock. $20.23. That was the high of 2 days ago, 2025, actually, over the whole number, 1908. They came up with some news on this day, I believe, and it popped up, and then it just sold off. Nobody really wants to believe them. And if you're unfamiliar with the story, this is an Alzheimer play, and there are many, 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 many skeptics out there. The stock, fairly recently was $100, 150 before that. But this is sort of the decline. Did have a little rally for a couple of months, from 13 up to 50, but ever since then, steady decline. So guys, if I were really in this trade right now, okay, the SCS short, what I'd be doing, I'd be looking at this going, you know what? It hasn't really, a little bottoming tail there, had a minor profit in it. I would not wait for the stop of 1097. Personally, I'd be probably, if it got into the mid 90s, and not probably into the 90s at all, like that. So I'll just flatten it. And then what I would do is I would watch again for that break again, to 1080, and see if it happens again. So again, it's going right into the VWAP, 95, the VWAP. So law is rebounding here, guys, after the CEO departure because of disorderly conduct. But law is starting to rebound here. So this is still not open. This is going to be a longer halt now, about a 15-minute halt so far. Still hanging in there though, 16, still hanging in. Is this China? Why did you say this is China, William? VHNA? I mean, I see your flag here, so, but is it run by China? I'm looking at VHNA. Really? Okay. I'm just looking at a website here. I'm just trying to find out. I don't see a reference to China. Doesn't mean it's not true, of course, but I just don't see a reference to China. So it's a US-based company controlled by people in China. Is that what you mean? I was on mute. How long was I on mute? So blue, was I mute when I was talking about AVGR? Okay. So I must have been on mute. Okay. So, well, it was you who asked about, I think I must have answered the question. 2 o'clock is FOMC. I don't think I was on mute then. But look what the market's doing ahead of it. Interesting. So as far as AVGR is concerned, blue, the float is incredibly low. There's a possibility that if it took out the high right there, that it could get going again. The high right there is 13.16. I know you might say, well, wait a minute, it's 11.6. You want me to give up $1.30? Yes, because I think I understand how I think a lot of traders will look at this. If it takes out the high of the day, then they'll look left at that high after hours yesterday at 15.28. That might get it going. No guarantee, of course. It is above the VWAP, 11. Well, it's right at the VWAP, 11.68. But it's very, very challenging. You have all these topping tails over here. Buyers tried like mad trying to move it higher, and the sellers took over. Look what happened. Maybe the buyers are back for a while. Now, the other thing you have to contend with too, just noticing here, even if it got up here, you have the 200-day moving average to contend with. We're at 12.55. So the high is at 13.16. So before it even got there, it would have to get through that 200-day moving average. So I don't know. I mean, it's had an amazing 3-day run. What I found amazing was what it did after hours. There's a 3 o'clock candle. Sorry, that's the 330 candle. There's the last candle, had a nice little run up to 10. And then look what it did after hours. Got all the way up to that 15 before it pulled back. But again, it's a low, low, low float. So blue, if you took the trade, you know what you're not going to do. You are not going to leave your computer. Yes, it is open. VHNA is open now. So it did pop up to 1604. Well, you're a brave man to swing a something that has that amount in the float. Sorry, I got just distracted. I was going to buy it. I was going to buy the VHNA, and it just halted on me. Man, look at where it's going to open. 19. I was just going to buy it. I put my alert right over 16, and I was just going to buy it, and it just halted on me. Here's my noise canceling has worked. I just because I gave my desk a pretty hefty pound. Like my left hand is kind of hurting. We don't have weeklies. Yeah, Stuart. I think you asked that question. I guess Jamie didn't answer you. We don't have weekly SMAs. Well, Brian, you know what? You're going to be very lucky because sometimes it works. Now you got to hope, of course, that it moves above that 1621 or keeps above the 1621. There it is, 1740. It's all so nonsensical. I mean, it's just crazy. Well, we don't have those data points. So, but before I say that, let me make sure. Maybe we do have the weekly data points. I don't think so, but because you can't make them up. I'm sure you know, but maybe you don't know that. Yeah, we don't. So we don't have those data points. This is just the 200 days, not the period is days, not weeks. So there's no data point for that. So that's why you're getting an error. Yeah. So you do you have that? You probably have that page, right? If you don't, I'll give it to you. I'll give you all the data points that we have. There's another page with data points. So this is one of them. Okay, these are filter codes that we've got. There's the code, and as you know, any program, well, not programming, but I mean, it has to be exact. These are brackets. These are the square brackets. Okay, so these are the codes that you can use to create another filter in combination with these codes. So that is something. And then the other one. So these are the formal editor data points, and on pages 5 and 6 are those data points. So yeah, if you don't see it here, people say to me, well, I want the SMA 10 as an example, or an SMA 42 and a half. Okay. And they think they can just create, a formula by putting 42 and a half in the SMA underscore. You can't do it. If the data point is not available, you can't make one up. The high 5 days, low 5 days. So if somebody said, but I want 15, so shouldn't I just be able to put 15 in here? No. This is not a program, that was designed. This is just very, very rudimentary stuff that people who, I don't want to say advanced, but most people don't use our custom formulas or try to create custom formulas. So we've given a few data points that for, the people that want to try them to create a custom formula, they can do it. But most people do. I don't use any custom formulas anymore. All right, so this was a 5-minute halt for VHNA, and yeah, so did you get out? Because unfortunately, well, I guess it must have opened at 17 so quickly, and now it's halted on the way down. So please tell me, Brian, you got out. We used to have a SPAC channel. Haven't looked at it for a while. We created it when the SPACs were going crazy. The problem is that it relied on somebody to keep it up to date, and that was not going to be me. And I don't really know who a trade it is because after a while there were like 10. 15, 20 SPACs released every day, every week. Ten minutes. Oh, so you're in both rooms, Ryan. Unless there are two Brians, one spelling with a Y and one spelling with an I. Both in VHNA. Well, it's all a game, Steely. Yeah, I mean it's a crazy way to make money. Trying to figure out little squiggles on a chart and trying to trying to put the odds in your favor. Really amazing. So we've got two Bryans who are in VHNA. But one was a Y and one was an I. One's in YouTube, one's in the main room. All right, guys. So yeah, we've got about less than 9 minutes, a little over 8 minutes, 8 minutes and 15 seconds before before FOMC, I will put a big SPY chart up, a 1 minute SPY chart up about 2 minutes before. But there's been a pretty interesting little sell-off ahead of. Which rooms has priority? I don't know. It doesn't matter. Obviously, YouTube is easier to get into, but if you're looking for more interaction among traders, the main room is definitely better. Okay, this is the link for it. There are more traders in here, and there's a more of an exchange of ideas in the main room. Plus, I think YouTube has a slight delay, not put on by us, but about I'm going to call it an 8 second delay. Not that that's a big deal, but sometimes I ask a question, and to our YouTube people, somebody, and it takes a while before I get a response, and that's I think because of the delay. Also, in YouTube, you cannot post a link. So if you wanted to share a link, if, for instance, if you had a scan that you said, "Hey, I don't," why isn't this scan a very common question? Why isn't this scan picking up this stock? Well, in the other room, in the main room, they can post a cloud link. I can take a look at it. In YouTube, you can't do it. You can't. There, you cannot post links. I can, but you can. Aha! Shorts became available now at Kate they just got snapped up. 2,000 shares were available, KVYO at Interactive Brokers, and they just got snapped up. So too bad, guys. We had such an exciting IPO with ARM, and CART started off like gangbusters. Opened I think around 41 or something from a 30 price or IPO price, but basically faded for the rest of the day. It's today. You're talking about this one, KVYO? Yeah, it's IPO today. Big one. About 600 million, six or $700 million raised, and some big names behind it, Goldman Sachs, etc. Just like CART yesterday, it's about the same as CART in terms of structure. Same, about the same number of shares issued, same IPO price, same, almost the same types of people behind it. Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan. I shouldn't say JP Morgan. I don't know if it's JP Morgan. I think Morgan Stanley or JP Morgan. Definitely Goldman Sachs in each of them. So this is what I'm talking about. So there it is. And you click on it, and you can just see who all the underwriters are. Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, Citigroup, Barclays, Mizuho, William Blair, etc. Okay, that's for the one today, and the other one yesterday, CART, same thing. Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, so two very interesting IPOs, but they haven't done anything. And yet ARM, take a look at ARM. Who is behind ARM? Barclays, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, etc. So big names behind all three of those IPOs, but really only one of them as an intraday trader really was a good one. The last halt, no, it was 5 minutes. The last halt was 5 minutes. Oh, okay. The last halt was 5 minutes. Now it has halted again, but it must have got halted within 30 seconds. And sometimes our halt doesn't pick it up. So my guess is that 148, say 149.30 or so. Okay, guys, I'm going to get a big SPY chart up now. Nice big 1 minute SPY chart. And of course, what I want to do is get rid of this symbol linking, get my time frame 1 minute, get a little bit bigger. So if this is a 5 minute halt again, this will be, I'm going to guess that the halt was around 149 plus 30 seconds. So you're looking at 204 plus 30 seconds approximately. Thank you. Okay, William. So William will keep the room open until at least maybe 4:15 when I take off at around 3. Need a drum roll. 1 minute, guys. 1 minute. So actually, look at this. So we have the giant red bar, but now we have a green bar that kind of wiped out that giant red bar. Again, this is more for entertainment purposes. Okay, I'm not expecting any craziness, but we do it every month on Fed Day. Put up this 1 minute chart, and just remember, usually it takes about 5 minutes before you get the absolute direction. You might see a giant red candle, you might see a giant green candle. You know, so that first candle you see is not necessarily the direction at all. All right, we've got a big countdown now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's see what happens here, guys. Whoa, big red candle, big red candle, candle. So they're saying, of course, the interest rates are unchanged, and they see one more 25 basis point raise by year end. But again, guys, this is not necessarily the move. Well, we don't usually see it like this, but we'll have to wait here. A lot of times, what we'll see that second candle will just be big green. Hey, who knows? Maybe that first candle is the one. That's a treat. However, there's a big bottoming tail. So this is what I'm saying though. If you were in, a kind of a name stock like a Meta, Facebook, Tesla, any of those big stocks that really track the market, you would not want to have been in it now, obviously. My advice always is to get out about, I don't know, 10 minutes before, because you just don't know what's going to happen. I think that's really the big deal, isn't it? Or another hike by year's end. Market doesn't want to hear that. I guess VHNA is trading again. Yeah, I look at some of these mortgage rates. I mean, we have a little mortgage left in our place and at 1.68. God. Do I follow NASDAQ? What do you mean? Do I follow the cues? I usually just do it with, I mean, sure. I mean, you can follow the cues, you can follow the SPY, but I usually just like to put the SPY up. I don't trade ETFs. This is just for entertainment purposes right now, just to see what might happen. I mean, I could put the cues up, but it won't be very, very much different from the SPY, if at all. I mean, had the cues right beside it, I think it's going to be exactly the same pattern. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm just talking to the guys at Trade Ideas internally. So here we go, guys. Maybe this turns into a giant green candle. They'll wipe all that out. Anyway, we're past 5 minutes, so remember at 2:30 we'll have more fireworks. There's a press conference with Powell, and where he'll discuss, I guess, what was said, and then he'll entertain questions. Okay. I don't know if anything was said that was not expected, Steely Stan. I think maybe the market was hoping that he'd come out and say, "We don't anticipate any more rate increases for the rest of the year." I don't know. I think maybe that's kind of the kicker. Market wasn't wanting to hear that. I don't think ahead of time they were ever saying there will be no rate increases for the end of the year. But I think at 2:30 he's going to be asked that question. Well, the press really starts at 2:30, okay? The presser starts at 2:30 and then questions after that. So you may not see an immediate reaction right at 2:30 like you see at 2 o'clock when the minutes are released. Okay, guys, not much is going to happen between now and 2:30 really. Oh, how ugly. Sorry. How ugly now for VHNA. I hope you got out Brian with an I, Brian with a Y. Hey, guys, give me a moment. In my real account, no, I didn't take it. I decided not to do it mainly because of because of the 2 o'clock. Okay, I decided not to do it on my real account. It was just too close to 2 o'clock for me to do it, but I left it in the simulator. Well, I did not leave it in the simulator. That's right. So you can see right now, I'm 23 cents away from my where I closed it out. Exit at 10.95. It's 23 cents. That's not what you want to see, of course. Now, I wanted to do it now. I think there was a, oh, actually, no, this is not bad. I mean, I'm gonna even take this now because I mean, it's well below the 200 day. Sorry, the VWAP. The only issue would be this. Could that hold it up at 1064, that little bottoming tail on the 15-minute chart? FinFan forever, you are right about that. If you don't have a mortgage and if you don't have any big mortgage payments or car payments or anything like that, and you've got money in the bank, yeah, just let it sit there and get. I don't know what banks are offering now. Can you get 6% now in a bank? 6 or 7%? Paid? What do you mean paid? Really? I just came off one for 5%. Now I held it for a year. I got it a year ago at 5%. I think it's due almost now. All right. Well, there is some. If I had a 1 minute chart up, you'd see a lot of nice green candles. So there's a big bottom tail now. So this candle has another minute to close. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Treasuries, we call them, something else. CDs. That's what I lunaries. All in U.S. funds. So even IB pays money on cash, 4.8%, as Otto is pointing out. Ah, really? I don't know if we have something like that in Canada. Well, maybe we do. I should know more, but I don't. So not taxable at the state level, just the federal level. Is that what you're? I see. Okay. How well insured are they? So then why would anybody buy a CD at a bank if you can get? Is it because treasuries are not available to everybody? Because why would anybody buy a CD if you can get treasuries that are only taxable federally and not state, and they're seem to be backed by the government? We're going way off topic here, but Okay. So the CD is guaranteed. Treasury is not. Oh, okay. It fluctuates. So it's like having a variable rate mortgage. Oh, I see. Okay. Now I understand. All right, guys. CRH is an interesting one. I was watching this one. Now it didn't drop that much. Did not drop that much during the SPY downturn, and it looks like it wants to move. This is a what is this? This is a oh, it's options. Sorry, it's a my option scanner. Well, I can see it here, but I wasn't sure if it was a turnaround too. So it's got room. It's got a little bit of room. $56. 56 is the next high looking left for on the daily. Two days like that. That was 3 and 4 days ago. So the better rates offset the extra tax you have to pay. Anyway, I let my accountant handle all that, and Getty finally cratering here, going up for no reason probably. And now this is the first day. First day. Boy, lots of shares available too to short. I sort of watching this one as it did this crazy run, and every single day was up, 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 up. And I honestly don't know why. I don't know if there's any previous news on this. I mean, okay, they're announced as the official photographer of the 2024 spring something or other participants. So they've had these little pieces of news. Rugby World Cup 2023. Now they gap down on insider selling. Okay. Maybe I don't know, maybe the shares became available. This is a relatively new issue, kind of like what happened to rum, RUM. Okay, so rum, yeah, rum, I guess they released shares, or the lockup period was over, I guess a couple of days ago. Maybe it's found a bottom, a couple of bottoming tails there. Okay, guys. Okay, sorry. 9 minutes now, or 8 minutes, a little over 8 minutes to 2:30. We'll have the presser, and then we'll see some more fireworks, I'm sure. There, guys, CRH is just inching its way up. As I say, nothing didn't really get affected by, I mean, a little bit of an effect. That's the 2 o'clock, 15-minute candle. So I guess it had an effect. I shouldn't say no effect, but now look at this nice recovery here. Which company are you talking about, Michael Anthony? Okay, guys, 224. Definitely not doing anything until, well, probably I'm gonna not do anything for the rest of the day because we'll probably have about 10 minutes of spy action, and I don't try to guess the direction, so I'm not playing that game. So there was the original alert for CRH at 54.76, and just kind of making a nice little move up. Other than that little blip down because of the 2 o'clock, it's been basically really nice. We need another SPAC to keep us interested here. They are fun on dull days. You're right, John. Okay, guys, I will be right back before 2:30. Pressure has begun. All right, put a precedent right up here, the top of this 1 minute. Come on, wipe out that red candle. Look at this, helping CRH in a big way. Helping a lot of things in a big way. So guys, it's almost wiped out that big downturn. No, this one is really trading on its own, this FHI. I mean, it did this is the yeah, it didn't really have well, I guess it did have an effect. The 2 o'clock, you can see the big bottoming tail. But this one, I mean, this FHI, I don't know this one at all. Federated Hermes, I don't know that at all. 35.66 is the next high looking left. It can break through that. Is on the daily chart and has another dollar to the next high. So financial, okay. Okay, guys. So listen, I'm not going to do any more trading. So good time to ask questions if you have any. I'm just going to I think we kind of now he talks for about 5 or 10 minutes, and then of course he gets questions. So this could go on for a bit. Okay, guys, just another quick look at my homepage. What you can find. You click on it, and this you'll be at the top here. Scroll down. There's a promo code you can use to get 15% off. If you want 25 off a yearly, I can give you that. You just have to let me know. Getting started. You must do this before you do anything else. Take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. Trading 101. If you're new to trading, a great series of videos for you. I do a daily stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It is free. Big education section is here, and my scans. So if you click on my link to scroll down until you see my scan section, here are the scans that I'm sharing. You can see the abnormal option activity. You can see the Momo. You can see the halts resumes in my single stock window. Okay. I have other scans on my other monitors that you can take a look at. As always, if you want to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. Helps to keep the room free. So save my homepage link. And at some point in the future, if you want to take out a subscription, click on my homepage link and get to that promo code. I'm just kind of listening to sort of a synopsis of what he is saying. Okay, guys, I think that's it then. I don't think there's going to be any more craziness. So I'm going to get rid of that spy chart. So to sum up, I guess on the day we had three pretty good calls. I think the SCS on the long, the earnings play. We had the Azul AZUL on a Goldman Sachs upgrade, big upgrade from 8 to 1850. And then if you a pins short, PINS short, when it got close to 28. I think those were three pretty actionable ideas. Of which I only took one of them. Yeah, it's probably not a bad idea, Oliver, to see if it goes crazy after hours or towards the end of the day, AVGR. Big run yesterday after hours towards the end of the day, then proceeded to just go crazy after hours, AVGR. Okay, guys, this is this go, no go. Michael is developing it right now. And so I guess the idea is to be able to interpret these lines here. And he's telling me that if it's strong blue, this is a strong trend, light blue, weak trend. I don't know why these disappear just like that. So I'm not, I think this, I mean, it still needs some work. So dark pink, downtrend, light pink, not a strong trend. Okay, guys, 2:45. So getting set to shut myself down. William says he'll keep the room open till at least 4, maybe 4:15. Couple of earnings plays you might want to take a look at. Okay, so if you want to ask questions, now's a great time. HDB, I think William had something to do with a HDB earlier in the day, maybe try to play a bounce or something. HDB just looks weak, weak, weak. This is another one of those banks. Looks like it's a from well, Mumbai, sorry, Mumbai. So this is an India bank. Okay, guys, 2:48. No questions. I might wrap it up now if there are no questions. I'm not going to do anything. We'll keep the room open. What I want to do is I'll put the YouTube link, or sorry, the main room link in our YouTube room, so you guys can head over if you do want to still discuss ideas until at least 4 o'clock Eastern time. Are you here, William, or are you walking your dog? If you're walking your dog, you can't hear me. You're there. Okay, so I can leave anytime. All right. No, just looking to see if there are any shorts available for this KVYO. Not there were some, but they've been snapped up. There weren't very many that I could see in interactive brokers, but just another, guys, we're back into this IPO malaise. Just not ARM was the one, and that's it. But even ARM, guys, I mean, ARM is getting close to the IPO price of 51. So I mean, it's been a sell-off. Oh, I have no idea on that one, Frank. So I'm sure that's somebody may have an opinion about that. So the question is, I have a question. Do you know anything about the US dollar is going to be removed and changed to a digital? No, I don't know anything about that. Don't think it's going to happen tomorrow. Yeah, this inflections channel. You're right, David. I just noticed it this morning myself. I don't know what it is. I have no idea what they're trying to do. Week of September 10th. It's like they're looking for stocks that are having big promotions. True, only then, but when you read it, yeah, it looks like stocks that are having, though I don't see draft, well, I do see DraftKings, okay. Yeah, it's like stocks that are having special deals. It's weird. That is really weird, guys. Well, I'm intrigued. I don't know what this is. I did notice it today. I thought, what? I thought maybe it'd been there for a while, just hadn't noticed it, but I don't know what it's trying to accomplish. Just looking at stocks that are having promotions and sales and well, this new inflections channel that we have. And so the stocks that are on here are just stocks, look like stocks that are, I don't know, having promotions and sales and I don't know. I was not aware of it, and I just asked a couple of guys at Trade Ideas. Now it appears that it's only on the. It appears that it's only on the development version, and that's what I'm on. Yeah, I have no idea. I really have no idea what they're trying to accomplish with this. I've asked the question, and we'll see. Okay, guys, it's a mystery, David. We'll have an answer tomorrow, maybe. I thought maybe, but you're not. Of course, you don't have access to the development or development versions, but obviously it is available to all you guys. Okay, guys, I think I'll take off now. So yeah, it's on the beta. Yeah, so it's on the beta. What do I mean by a sale? Well, just when you when I looked at the inflection channel, there was a sort of like a pop-up with all sorts of companies listed, and they all appeared to be having sales of some sort, promotions. I don't know what it's about. I don't know what the what it's trying to accomplish. No idea. How long have I been trading? A long time. Um, when you say sluggish, Sam, are you talking about the charts or in general? I mean, I've always had a bit of an issue with our charts. Little bit takes sometimes a little bit longer to load than I like. But if you're talking about anything else, I've seen no problems, clicking on it, well, getting a real-time alert. It's just sometimes the charts load a little bit more slowly. So, so what are you talking about? Are you talking about the charts or something else? Okay, no, well, no, you shouldn't have, the chart should not stall anything. Okay. But when you say the alerts, what do you mean by that exactly? When you say the alert window seemed to stall, what do you mean by that exactly? I mean, I get an alert, when I click on it, it is definitely a real-time alert. But are you saying, well, wait a minute, I'm not getting, it's been 10 minutes since an alert, which could just mean, there's no stocks meeting the requirements. So I don't know what you mean by that when you say, okay, I don't know what you mean by that when you say the alerts seem to stall or alert windows seem to stall. Okay, so Sam, if you've got something that is rapidly moving, if you've got something that, a couple of things, I mean, you may want to, if that's what you mean, like sometimes, you can overload the server. If you're getting something like every, nanosecond coming into an alert window, sure, they could, I suppose you could use the term they're stalling, but it could be a bit of an overload. In which case, I may, try to do something with your filter so you're not getting so many alerts all at the same time. Oh, Marty, what view app scan? Which one are you talking about? Are you talking about you mean the VWAP scan? Okay. I see what happened. Probably Grammarly or kicked in. Okay, you're talking about the VWAP scan? Okay. Hopefully I have it. I'm sure I do. Near the VWAP over? Well, you know what? I mean, if guys are having problems, let the company know. I mean, they know I'm not, I've got a lot of things going on, and they seem to think that, because I'm streaming like 2 streams and I've got lots of things happening. But you're right. I mean, sometimes, not all the time, but I'll click on an alert, and the single stop window will be jumbled. It won't, this is the way it's supposed to look every time. Flag up there, not so much the flag not being there, but these columns can be out of whack. I've accepted it. I shouldn't, but I've accepted it. But if it's causing you a real concern, then what I would do is support at trade-ideas.com and complain. Coming from the customers is better than coming from me. Oops. Okay, forget. I have to do it again. I put a comma at the end. Okay, so Marty, I put the link in. Okay, just hopefully you can see the link. It's right there. There's the link for the VWAP scan that you requested a while back. Okay, good. Yeah, save it to the cloud. Um, okay, well, I don't know what to say. I'm trying to think if it's happening to me. I don't think it is. When I click on an alert, the only thing I notice, of course, is that maybe the chart is not loading quite as quickly as I want, but it's not the end of the world. You know, a little, well, that's a little bit more extreme, but that's not what you're talking about. If you're not talking about the charts loading a little more slowly than you like, then I don't know what you're talking about exactly. Yeah, there's no set amount, Tony. I have no, yeah, there's no set. Some pick it up. I mean, I think the real challenge is to have some kind of a plan that you can stick to. And if a couple of days it's not working, don't throw your hands up and go, well, I guess this doesn't work. I mean, if it doesn't work for a month, fine. But some kind of a setup that you know sort of meets your personality, and give it a good shot and stick with it. As opposed to jumping around from strategy to strategy to strategy. I don't know. I mean, listen, the nobody wants to miss anything. I get it. They see something, and I might be talking about something, and they think, well, how did he get that? Why does he have that? I don't have that in my strategy. So you get mine, and then somebody else has something else, and you get theirs. And now you've got 20 strategies, not strategies, but alert windows firing left and right. You just have no idea what to do. I personally probably have too many. Okay, but I also have to realize, because I'm moderating a trading room, I try to generate some ideas all day long, even if those ideas aren't necessarily things that I would trade, but they could appeal to others. But if I were, completely trading on my own, I would probably ditch a couple of the windows. But I did the same thing. I mean, at the very beginning, I had probably, I don't know, 12 or 13 alert windows. I probably had about 5 or 6 top list windows. So I had so many, and they were not filtered that well. I mean, I don't mind having, like this is perfect. I mean, look at, I got 3 alerts here, 1 alert here. So it's not so much necessarily even the number of windows that you've got, is how many alerts are being generated in the windows. I mean, if I had 20 like this, it wouldn't be a big deal, right? And this looks worse than it is, because this is repeating the symbol over and over and over again. But you know what? This is all that happened. This is all that happened in the abnormal option activity. These are the only tickers that actually came through today. It looks overwhelming here because this is the repeating version, but this is it. Very manageable. This is it for the daily reversal. Only these stocks. That's it. You're talking to me, Marty? And look at William. Yeah, I mean, he shies away from all this SPAC nonsense. That's not his style. I'm sure it's tempting, because it's crazy when you see a stock go from 10 to 200, in a day. It's tempting, but it's not that I do them. I never. Well, I don't. I'll trade those SPACs, but I'll try to figure out a way to do it. And I can't tell people to. I can't tell people how I'm doing it, because it's a little bit of gut reaction, a little bit of feel, if you will. So I can't tell people, well, do it like this, because I'm not sure it's going to work the way I think it should work. So, but I don't mind playing them. Oh, I see. When your tongue gets twisted, yes. Yeah, I don't know what to say, Sam. Now, they might. Can you tell me in the toolbar how many milliseconds is it? Can you see what I'm pointing to in the upper left-hand corner? Well, underneath file in the toolbar, there's a number in green, and it changes all the time. And what is that number typically? Anything 100 and under is okay. Well, that's okay then. If that's typically your number, and it's not jumping up to say 800, I don't know then. Well, when you feel it is getting bogged down, can you take a quick glance to see? Also, how many top list windows do you have open? If you have any top list windows open. There's your low now for KVYO. Still no shorts available for me, Interactive Brokers. So how many top list windows do you have open, Sam? What you want to do also is click on Windows and Show All. Okay, now you have 6 top list windows. I only have one open. When you right click and right click, and where you see time frame, hover over time frame, this box will pop up, and go down to set record count. And what do you see for your record count? I'll do that again if I went too fast. So right click, hover down, go down to time frame, a box will pop up, or click on it. This box will pop up, and then where it says set record count, tell me what number you've got. Pick one, just pick one right now and let me know. Because what can happen if you've got like a big number, you can have a maximum of 1,000, but I'm not saying you do, but if you had 6 top lists with a maximum of 1,000, and remember what's happening, it's populating looking at typically 30 seconds, we'll say. It's got to run through a huge database every time. And okay, so are they all 200? Can you check? Are they all 200 or? Yeah, run through them one by one, and I'll ask you to do one other thing after you've done that, and see if there's one that's really 200 is, yeah, but you've got 6 of them. If they're all at 200, 300, that could be an issue. Okay, yeah, so that's not too high. Okay, the next thing to do is you may not have done this, but let's make sure. Do you have any pinned windows? Uh, do this, do your window, go to Windows and then do a show all. And let's just see if you got a bunch of windows that you didn't realize you had. Okay. Pinning used to be the biggest problem. People didn't realize what they were doing when they were pinning. I'm not saying that's you, Sam, but and what would happen is they wouldn't even realize that if they did this, they looked underneath this, there'd be another version and another version and another version and another version. Okay. And not even realizing it. There's almost no reason anymore to pin a window. You know, if you're using the dock channel bar, there's almost no reason to pin a window that I can think of. I have nothing pinned anymore. So what we could do, if you're not sure, is you could save your layout. Make sure you save your layout, and then you go back and then you say close all pinned, and just to see. And you may not have any pinned. Okay, you have no hidden windows, okay? Pepe? Okay, Sam, I wasn't sure. Common occurrence. Well, it was my fault because I used to, people would ask me for my scans. This is years ago, and everything I was sending them was pinned, and they didn't realize it. I didn't really think about it, to be honest. And our poor support people were going crazy because that was the biggest problem. And so they gave me a big scolding and said, "Don't you dare send any more pinned windows out." And I haven't done that for years. Okay, guys. So I'm not sure how I can help you. You might have to go to support because I have not got that issue at all. Not similar to what you've got. I don't have 6 topless windows open, and I don't know if it's a cumulative. I really don't know. So you've got a couple of 200, 150, and so you multiply that 6 times or add them all up. I don't know. I don't know if that's a problem. Any particular reason why you have six topless windows open? And how about docking? Do you dock at all? No docking, okay. Well, that was the other thing, because sometimes I think docking can be sometimes it can be a bit of an issue. All right. Well, you might want to examine why you have 6 topless windows open. I'm not saying you shouldn't have 6, but that seems like it seems like a fair amount. Are you using, like, for instance, you might, if I don't know how early you come in here, but for instance, I have this. So here's my dock pre-market layout. Okay. Once the market starts, I just shut this down. I close it down, like I exit out. No point in having, additional resources. The other thing to look at is beside the green ball, what color is it? You see that little, like, your activity monitor. If you can see what I'm pointing at, this is telling you. And if it were now, there's no way I can reduce, but that, green would be the optimum. Orange or whatever that color is, kind of a olive, is okay, and red would be no go. would be not great. So what does it say? Can you see what I'm pointing at? Not what does it say, but what is the color? And this is right beside the green ball. Because if it's red, then you're probably going to have to get rid of some windows. It's so green. Okay, well you win, Sam. I have no idea. Okay. Well, see what happens if you get rid of the ones you don't need, okay? Maybe tomorrow and see if you still have the same issue. Is today the first day? Okay, well, I don't mind. I always say I don't mind staying if there are questions. Ah, well, okay. And you're on the beta, the latest beta? No, you're on the latest production version. Try the beta. You know? So there's the production. So what version are you on? There's the latest production version, 5.6.24, and then the beta is down here, 5.6.26. And to find it, just click on Help and About. Help and About. 5.6.2. Wow, that is really 0.4 or 0.24? Okay, so you're on the latest production version. You might want to try the beta. I mean, the beta is fine. I mean, I've been running, 10 years now. I always run a beta. I never have a problem. You might want to try it just to see. And if not, maybe you can ask to go back one version. Ask, you can ask to go back one version. I don't have a version that I can handily give you. But if you ask, if you click on support, and ask for the previous, I don't know, production version before 5.6.24, tell them you're finding it sluggish with this new version, and go back and then see if it solves itself. Then we know, for you anyway, there's something wrong. And there really wouldn't be a big difference. I mean, there's not a huge difference between the versions. Okay. Okay, guys, that's it. You have me a little overtime, which is absolutely fine. So, okay, guys, so I'm going to mute myself now and have a great evening. We'll see you tomorrow. I'll be on the mic at 9 o'clock, both rooms, okay? 9 o'clock Eastern time. Okay, guys, so thanks, and we'll see you tomorrow. And YouTubers, same thing for you guys.